Welcome back to ESL Challenger League Season 48, the European edition. This is the second playday after the bit of the smackdowns we saw on the A and the B stream yesterday. Today I'm joined by the Grimmy Ranar himself, Mr. Freddy here. Welcome to the A stream. Is this your first time in these parts?
Yeah, I didn't even quite clock it, and I got the in Discord and was like, oh, that's pretty cool actually. That's a first.
Good stuff. Well, we're excited to see you're excited. That's how this works. Either way, let's take a look at all the teams. We're in I think it's four groups. I hope it's four groups. Yes, it is. 4 groups of 6 at the moment. A long way to go before we decide a winner. They'll play this group stage, round robin, best of 3. Then there's various kind of playoff brackets, but we get to the Big Daddy, the final playoff bracket right at the end. We saw a few games already, but big picture, Freddie, any teams here that could play spoiler come the end of the season?
Play spoiler. I think even they've already won, and I think they've made a spoiler. TSM beating 3D Max. I think as an organization, I think people haven't been taking them very seriously recently, which is fair to say. But they are looking legitimately quite good. And it seems like the theme of ESL Challenger is that teams do play spoiler, with Sangao winning last season. I'm not sure anyone really had that on the books. I think that would be a cool back-to-back for them. But, well, we actually have a team today, the team we're watching. I think Zero Tenacity could be a really big team that might get overlooked because they don't have the most known names or are the most known organization.
Let's take a look at today's schedule. As said, for the A stream, we'll be on the Monte Zero Tenacity game. That will be a lot of fun. The B stream game is going to be Aurora versus Pera, and Pera is actually a team that's got a lot better over the last maybe 4 to 5 months, built from the core of some of the Hungarian players, the former Budapest 5. But that game will be very interesting too, so obviously get both your monitors going. That'll be exciting stuff. But yes, let's focus in on our game nonetheless. Monte, Freddy, are looking a little bit different, to say the least, from 6 months ago. Even some big changes, obviously, over the player break. So how are we looking at this team? How do we feel about these moves? Obviously, not a lot of data to go off yet, but how are we feeling about this makeup?
Because I think what's really interesting is that last time, Alan, we were together on a ESL Challenger broadcast, it was Monte had just made a roster move, and it was including Haji. Since then, he has left, and I feel like it was maybe a little bit unfair. I don't think he did too badly. Obviously, he didn't have the best result at Dallas, which is fair enough, but he didn't exactly have much time to prepare for that. But they're a Polish team now, which is quite out from left field what they were before. It was pretty much always a Ukrainian core. And since last 6 months, you've only really got Demka and Kraz now. Waro, who was a big hitter for Monte, he's been there since the very start, is no longer there, and now Hades has gone back to IGLing, which he had previously taken up for a month on 9.
What's the end goal here for Monte? Because obviously last year, starting at Paris, I guess was their breakout, I guess.
Yeah.
But actually, towards the end of the year, they were a better team. They were a better team without Boris. They're a better team with Pro towards the end of that year. Coming into this year, obviously, by virtue of so many changes, your rankings are always going to fall off. But is that the expectation for this team to get back to, let's say, a top 15 level to be in the big events again?
I think it was, from my perspective, it was very, very clear when they picked up Ryu and Gizmi and then had them on 3-month retainers and discontinued both of them. For me, it was very, very clear that they weren't looking for like a top 40, top 50 team. They were looking for a team that can make top 8 at a major. They're looking for a team that can win ESL challenges like they had previously, and a team that goes to Colognes and Katowices and does well. I think like they've had a pretty rough year. Like I think they were supposed to go to IEM Chengdu, didn't get visas, bombed out of Esports Rio. I didn't do very well at Pro League, didn't do very well at Dallas. Like, this is a team that I think has got very high expectations, and that's proved by the fact they've brought in Hades and Diha.
Let's focus in on one of those guys. Diha is our Kadir players to watch. Not necessarily because he's been in great form recently. He's been quite the opposite. Obviously, the end of his time on ENCE, we saw all the interviews saying, I don't like my roles, I don't like being in these positions, I don't like all this pressure of being, in star roles. They try to move him out of that and into his more traditional spots, but he never quite recovered. So how are we looking at Diha in this team? Is this, obviously, his skill level that we saw in previous years hasn't gone. He's still got that in him to play at that level, but how are we looking at Diha now in this team? Are we expecting to see a Diha of old a little bit more?
Oh, 100%. Like, for me personally, this is almost like a redemption arc for Diha. Luckily, there wasn't much time on that Polish ENCE, so he's still, it was only, 4 or 5 months? Like, it wasn't actually that long, so he hasn't got loads to make up for, but I think 100%, he has had a lot of criticism over, this year in general, and I think coming in now, him and Hades coming as I feel like they've come as a duo, and I think they both have to perform, and Hades not only has to perform on the server but also as an IGL. But I think Diha, a lot of expectations, but I believe he'll do well, and at this level he really should do well.
Let's give a word to their opponents. That would be Zero Tenacity. This is a team that's kind of a conglomeration, I guess, of players from kind of Serbia, Bosnia, this sort of area of the Balkans. They're a team that have they've made very few roster changes in the last few years, and they've consistently played themselves up. Now I believe they're their peak ranking they've ever been at the moment, and they're maintaining that by the looks of it. So how do you look at this team? Who are the stars? What excites you about Zero Tenacity?
So this is a team I've actually seen for years, but not at this level. It's actually like what you mentioned, you can go on HLTV and you're like, oh, they've been together for one year and 10 months and haven't made a roster change. I think seeing how we are in ESL Challenger, it's only right to bring up the fact that back in season 39, which was 10 seasons ago, I know we're in season 38 of Challenger, ESL Challenger, but we're in ESL, but they qualified from ESCA season 49. So 10 seasons ago, they started with 4 out of their 5 players with Zero Tenacity in open, and since then have made it through to where they are now. And the change they made was bringing in AVN. He replaced, I think the guy was called Peanut World. He replaced him. So they literally they've made one change in the last 3 years, 4 years, give or take. And it's proved that because coming into this year, they were not doing well, really at all. This is a team that I think has taken everybody by a big surprise, because they were I don't know, top 70, top 60, just chilling for pretty much the majority of their career. And they've come into this year, and you've got Brute Monster and Nemanja playing probably the best Counter-Strike of their life. They're making deep runs in tournaments. They're winning kind of the tier 3 tournaments, have qualified for this tournament through ESL Challenger regulation last season, and now it's only up and up.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. I've seen a little bit of this team, but question for me is, can they continue that trajectory? Getting towards a Pro League spot is going to be really tough for them, but a Monte team in their fledgling form, this is winnable. And certainly for a lot of the people that are newer to seeing the Zero Tenacity team, they wouldn't look at these lineups on paper and say this is a close matchup. But I think we're looking at this a little bit differently, and we're saying the Zero Tenacity, I know you favor them a little bit, but they're definitely in this series, and they definitely have an opportunity to win it.
Yeah, I mean, well, like they have played a Monte. They played the last iteration with Waro and Haji, and you know that went to 3 maps. That was a close 3-mapper. So short on one hand, Monte have upgraded because obviously you're not going to make the change downgrading. But then the point you've just brought up is the fact that there's probably going to be some teething issues, and like definitely Stico's still very relatively new. Hades going back to IGLing, like that's not gonna be easy, but Hades always does play best at these kind of levels of Counter-Strike. I think his drop off at going to tier 1 is a lot bigger than some other players.
Let's talk maps very quickly. Let's have a look at the veto. Permabans go. Zero Tenacity pick Anubis. Monte pick Vertigo. The decider is Dust 2. But I'll tell you what, Freddie, the standout for me is how on earth have Zero Tenacity played 69 games of Anubis in the last 3 months? That is the highest number I think I've ever seen. I think anything over 50 is absolutely not. How have they? That's over a player break. How the hell have they haven't even played a game in 4 weeks? So in 2 months, they played 69 maps. They played more than 1 map a day of Anubis.
It's actually insane.
Is that a piss take?
No,
how is that possible?
It's and like what's actually even more interesting is that so ESEA Advanced, obviously the playoffs are on HLTV, but like ESEA Advanced regular season, which was 14 games, that wasn't on HLTV, so you've probably got like a few more games in there of Anubis. So like it goes up and up when you probably look at some of the other tournaments that aren't always on HLTV as well. But like I think I casted these guys twice on Anubis in one day once, and I was just like, yeah, fair enough. Like I can understand why, but they're pretty good at this map as well, which is like you were mentioning how many times they've played it. They've also won it 51 out of those 69 times, which I think is actually the more impressive part.
I don't even know how that's possible.
That's insane.
Like that is beyond reasonable. That number of games is ridiculous. They can't be scrimming much. I mean, if you're playing this many officials, forget the other maps. Just this many games of Anubis, and you're gonna have no time to practice. So, I mean, credit for that. Exciting stuff. Anyway, now we've seen the veto. Let's put our money where our mouths are. Freddie, I've got a feeling you're leaning towards the way of the Balkans for this one.
I am. Like I'm honestly quite a big fan of them. Like I love this come up, and I think they're gonna make a surprise in this tournament, and I think in the league, and I think this is like a really perfect start where you have a Monte who just maybe isn't prepared.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very hard one to call. I've gone with Monte, but it's a guess. I mean, I've never seen them play, obviously, with this lineup.
Yeah.
Who knows which direction they're heading in? But I do look at the team and say they've got good players. The roles should be fairly good on this team. I definitely expect ER to play better Counter-Strike than he has in the past. Hades, maybe never quite breaking into being an elite level AWPer, but he was never bad. So I look at this lineup and I say there are good players here. This should be a borderline top 20 team. And it might be early in the life cycle, but they've certainly got the players to beat Zero Tenacity, I'll put it that way. I'm not sure if they're there yet as a team. That will bear out over this series, but I feel like they should win this matchup, if we're going to phrase it that way.
Yeah, and also, like, maybe a little thing to add, Narot, who was the coach at 9, is the assistant coach of Monte, and I feel like you've got a little bit of cohesion there with not only just having a Polish core and a Polish assistant coach, but also having, like, Hades being an IGL at one stage with Narot. Like, this was literally like a month or two before they went over to NC, started playing with Glaive. But also, like, I think you could probably add on to this a little bit more than I would be able to. But if you've started IGLing and then you go play Glaive for 6 months, how much are you going to be learning from that? Like, isn't that going to give you a whole fresh perspective and a whole, like, crazy, like, way of looking at the game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Glaive's going to bring a level of experience and different perspectives that you haven't seen before. That's actually kind of the biggest thing. Is it's not necessarily, you're going to have some enormous amount of learning in that period. It's more like Glaive's going to give you a different perspective. You play for years in similar systems. You say, this is how Counter-Strike is played. And you see somebody else that does something very different. And you're like, okay, we can win playing a very different style. We can, I don't know, whatever, lean more on the individuals. We can go for these gaps when in the past we would have been too scared. We can take more risks, and overall it's less of a risk because we're doing it in the right way. There's loads of different perspectives, and certainly for Monte, yeah, I mean, across the board here, there's actually a lot of experience on this team. Don't forget what someone like Stico can bring too. So yeah, I think I mean, they have a lot of pieces. They have players, they have experience. There's a lot of reasons to be excited about this Monte team, but as we've seen many a time, bearing that out on the server and making it work, especially from day one, that's not necessarily very easy.
Yeah, and I want to also pick up on a point you mentioned, Alan, that has jogged my... Like, it kind of kicked me into a thought process of, you said Zero Tenacity, they probably haven't practiced much. And speaking to teams at, like, that level, they do struggle to practice sometimes. Like, they do struggle to just genuinely get any games in. Zero Tenacity on HLTV have played the most maps by 50, give or take. They've played 186. And, like, firstly... That's insane that they didn't burn out. And I think they only had one boot camp as well, kind of like at the end, in Serbia, if I'm not mistaken. But having that player break, that 4 weeks, firstly, probably needed it for the mental, just to take a break, but also probably actually got some practice in for the first time, like some solid, legitimate practice for the first time in months.
You can make it work playing heavy officials. Certainly when I was coaching Endpoint, we had the opposite. We had periods where we were like, there was a period before we played Pro League Conference, and we narrowly lost a couple best of 3. I'm not going to say we would have made it, but if we'd won one of those, we would have been very close to a Pro League spot. Especially the Sprout game, that one gives me nightmares. But anyway, we had a good 6 weeks before that where we barely played an official, and we hadn't played any officials really with Nerds at that point. And then we played Pro League Conference, and we were like, wow, we should have played a lot more games here. We should have sacrificed practice for more match time. So yeah, you can make it work, and also you can treat some of the, you know, you can make changes between officials. It's all about treating them correctly and not neglecting the improvements, the demo reviews, the adding the new stuff. You just need to add it live under the pressure. That can be a bit more tricky.
Yeah, and well, if you've played 186 games, you've probably got quite used to it. Now, Zero Tenacity, let's see what they have to give us after they've come out of that player break. It's a new look Monte. I'm excited. Let's get into it. On Anubis.
They could play this blindfold.
Play it blindfold? Yeah, well, they probably could. It's their 70th game.
Okay. Opening kill goes the way of Monte in this series. As mentioned, we expect Anubis to be a very tall order, just given the sheer amount of experience from the Balkan squad. Monte really taking their time. It's going to be a split onto this B-bomb site. Shifting through the main side. AVN needs to win this duel. He does. Kraz now gone. Now he can back himself in towards E-Box. Out in towards Canals. That was a crisp removal of Stiko's head. And he's done a lot of work to win them this round. Demka wants a fight. As this man comes out of Temple. It's ever so tricky. Demka! That's a good shot. One man left to find. Nobody are on AVN. Demka can pull this off. His adversaries did so much work. But AVN to hear from earlier on. Can he finish this round? Head found in the end. Demka saves it. Free for him.
What a crazy round. Like, AVN hitting these 2 nut shots, one on the fadeaway, and then Namana just kind of taking things into his own hands. Like, his teammates are rotating from water into connector, and he's solo fighting from Palace, but it was working. However, in that 1 versus 3, maybe getting a little bit too overconfident, Demka, one of the old guns, still one of the old veterans of Monte, he hasn't been replaced, and that's why a 1 versus 3 to kick off ESL Challenger Season 48 for now the Polish core.
AVN did so much to win that round.
That fade
should have won that.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, they will be disappointed not to have found more. They're not going to offer up much in this round. I guess they're stacking potentially the right direction at the moment. But no nades, no upgraded pistols. even finding frags here is a result.
And I guess the one thing you don't want to do is give the kills to Mac 10. Only one is actually pretty fine, and getting 2 kills is quite dandy. Maybe a third, nah. But it's a fine result on an eco. 2 kills, Mac 10 only gets 1 kill. You're not going to be saying no to that.
No, sir. Right. No AWP. Rifles for the defense. Plenty of util. Yeah, who knows how much they practice over the fire break. It's surely they had to take 2 weeks.
Yeah, surely, right, for your mental health. But they've actually already played an official today against Eyeballers, who are in this group, and they beat them 2-0. And one of the maps was a very dominant Anubis Dino 3. However, Monte, very quick, heading over towards his A-bomb site. Jotho is completely blind, throws a very panicked Molotov, and somehow is still able to double down. How is he still alive? Everyone's come in, and he even gets a kill with the USP at the end. How have Monte only got 1 kill on the entry there?
What's going on?
What just happened? Wait, what just happened?
How? Jofa there, he looked flustered. The molly goes down at his feet. He backs into that corner, which is notorious for being one and done because you have no cover and your left
his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, Nemana seems to come in at the perfect time. Wow, I can't believe Zero Tenacity held that bomb site so well. And those kills on the eco are paying some dividends. Got 1 player on a deagle, couple of Galils. Util isn't perfect either for Monte. Tides be changing.
This would be, I think, even though it's their first official, this would be considered, right, a very big upset. Like, Monte are a tier 1 team. Everyone on their team is a tier 1 player. Zero Tenacity are... They've fought their way into tier 2 this year. They haven't even got that, like, backing of, like, you know, the old SCADA team on Bulgaria, like the Bulgarian. They were like the Challenger tier 2, you know, you had to get past them. Zero Tenacity are the new guys, and this would be a massive defeat for Monte. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's a long way away. Right now, it seems like Monte want to head back towards this A bomb site. However, at a bit of a slower pace.
Round 2. It's definitely going to be an A hit. 5 players here. Smokes starting to rain in. Counter Util going down this time. Software doesn't get anything done. Command is trying to do some work. Does find one Demka. Will get the bomb down and get out. There are some shenanigans here around the smoke as DR goes for a frag. That has not planned out for him. Where do you think smoke's going to fade? There's so many brawls around it. And Hades does so much work. With Monster's HP, I don't see how this is winnable. Smoke goes down, but we're spamming the smokes in CS2. This round, he does have a kit. Ooh, if the second bullet connected, maybe he wins. That's going to stick the defuse. Hades doesn't peek. Here he comes. Does not make it in time. How is Zero Tenacity winning these rounds?
Oh my god, the chaos, Alan, the chaos. How has that worked? That was such a weird retake. There was so many, like, everyone was taking different fights at different times. There seemed to be a big lack of cohesion, to be honest. But maybe within that chaos, Zero Tenacity actually do thrive. And a 1 versus 2 where if he'd maybe held his trigger, if he'd spammed for maybe like 5 more bullets, he would have just killed both of them as they were boosting and they were both 1 HP. Regardless though, even though Monte got an instant opener, they lose the clutch and have to now try and retaliate towards this deep bomb if they do.
Oh, Demka's on a heater. The man, of course, to salvage the pistol. 1 on 3. So whilst it has been rounds lost for Monte, what they have done is kept the money brutally low. The loss bonus is going to have ticked a long way down with these round wins too for Zero Tenacity. So this could be a double eco if these guns aren't saved. That's a big response and a very aggressive round 2 dueling in towards B. Kamana here. I think it'll be well to save this gun in the end.
It kind of, like, if I'm Monty, I'm not too aggressively hunting this, right? Because your money's clearly not very good. Maybe the thought process that Zero Tenacity haven't saved anybody in the last round, so their money's probably worse. But Monty, we yet to see them actually default, right? Like, they've gone for either A or B straight off spawn, or like kind of an early pop towards A, just at a slower pace. But that round, yeah, Zero Tenacity get caught really with their pants down. 3 players and an AWP start towards B, and they don't get a single frag. That is a little bit worrying.
The money's a disaster. They were on minimum loss bonus. And that's why they forced 3-5-7, smattering of util, no kits. Yeah, I was just thinking maybe playing Unorthodox is the way to go and check out the minimap. 4 players on A. Some aggression to follow. It's risky, but it's probably the best chance to win a round, isn't throw a spanner in the works.
Throw a spanner in the works or throw people at a Mac 10. It seems like it's going to be the latter. And with that aggression towards A, sure, Zero Tenacity have the information that it's probably towards B, but then on the duality of it, Monty know full well that there's not going to be many people here. And with that 1 kill from Hades, that's pretty much the round done and dusted. Stiko executes AVN on the lurk, and now it's Brute Monster. Normally an AWPer wielding the 5-7. Not much you can do here. Could actually catch Hades off guard, but the IG out, it's got the awareness. Oh dear. Wait, he's got bomb. What? Wait, what? Alan, what's going on? The bomb's above him. He can drop the bomb and kill the orb. Oh my god, that got scary.
I didn't like that.
No, neither.
That was very nerve-wracking. I got away with that a bit, did Monty, but... Okay. Well... In the eye of the storm, now it will calm down. Because it should be a full eco to follow. We're getting into some scary territory now. It is the CD side of Anubis, so it's going to be a bit more tricky, but Zero Tenacity... I mean, their round wins have come from a very unlikely defuse and a monster round from Joffo. Over towards A. It's not like they've won a standard round yet. They've just sort of out-rotated, you know, an early pick and play it out. It's been a little bit tricky on the guns.
There's a little part of that is the fact that Monty, yeah, like kind of as I said, like they haven't played a set default. They've kind of gone for more of these faster plays, and in the last round, they like within 20 seconds, Zero Tenacity pushes them anyways. But the full eco dealt with very nicely. Hades stat padding a little bit with the AWP. Him and Demka have had a fantastic start to this game. Obviously, Demka, we kind of praised him a lot already. He's someone who, in last year, I think he was a big part of Monty's success, as in, he wasn't, like, he really improved last year, and because of his improvement, was one of the big reasons why Monty did succeed.
Wonder if his roles are the same. I imagine so. In most positions. But, some way
yeah.
surely has to accommodate. Having an AWPer in-game leader does free up more spots for star rifles. That's always a bit of a burn in that direction. And now we're going to see some of those stars in action. Mid taken. Monty dispersing util. The Mana here has to give ground. He's called a Brute Monster over. I'm going to go for the split. The flash, though, is brutal. Krasnow and Stiko, no opportunities. All the stings taken out of this split. What do you do now, Monty? Because committing here feels like suicide.
Yeah, it's a great flash from the A-bomb site. Chiofo just set him up for success, and now Hades seemingly unaware of like players towards that A-bomb site. Nemena just runs at them. He's on for the ace. Unfortunately, he's going the wrong way. Demka is over towards A main, but maybe they will come head to head. And yeah, even though Nemena has got set up for those first 2 kills, that was some really, really class shooting from him. And it looks like, Simcoe will take away.
He's the star of the team. There's no doubt about it. And, of course, we ask questions of, they're on an upward trajectory, where's the ceiling going to be? That man has got a lot of weight on his shoulders if he wants to keep this team propelling forwards. Obviously here, he's putting up a good start to the season. 13-5. Shreds on that round.
It's not bad, is it? Yeah. He was actually the highest rated player in the ESCA Advanced playoffs last season. So you can kind of see why, right? It's like he's the star of the show alongside Brute Monster, and I think now that Brute Monster has the AWP out, we're going to be seeing a little bit more from him. But I think, pulling on your point, we can't rely on these crazy individual plays. Joffo, though, he's had one already, and that grenade has taken basically 100 damage off as well.
I wouldn't go near Amena.
No.
I wouldn't go near the site. I'd go
neither,
to the B-bomb site.
Where
that
you
looks
succeeded.
like much more fun.
Yeah.
Okay. At the moment, looks like the smoke is holding them at bay. AVN is getting off a very nice flank. Will it be in time? X2 comes in before the numbers are over. Amena does work. Joffo this time can't offer up a lot of resistance. 1-for-1 trades, and I think the T's will take that. They get the bomb down in a good position. Ooh, could be a good chance to win the round.
Coming straight through a smoke, Brute Monster just goes to his death. This is looking really messy. Every single player in this round for Zero Tenacity has taken a very individualistic duel. Simka head turned rather. D-Hurt will shoot him in the side, and Monte, that was quite an easy round, all things considered.
That's how that round earlier in the half should have gone. Should have just been trade.
Yeah.
Put the bomb down, then we play an after plant rather than Joffo and Amena just absolutely mowing people down. Right. Pause from Zero Tenacity. That's not a surprise, is it? Quick discussion, because the gun rounds have been troublesome. Monte isn't defaulting. They've just balled up with numbers every round, be it mid, be it A, be it B. They really like sending at least 4 players to one kind of avenue on the map and just brute forcing it out. Seems to be working. And I kind of liked what Zero Tenacity did. They took B control. They did have information. They just couldn't rotate. They're a little bit longer than they would have been 3A, but timing is everything.
Yeah, I was also quite surprised with Zero Tenacity's just overall lack of mid control. Like, you had AVN deep B, right? And like there was just no real rotations towards A. And that was, I think, in that split round was because they had the mid control. But also, like, have they really ever had proper mid control this game? It feels like they've been forced onto the sites because of Monte just going balling into all those sites. And in the last round when they tried to go middle, they kind of got destroyed as they attempted to go onto the bomb sites.
Well, let's see if they change tact as we go along. Certainly have been playing sides pretty heavy. I mean, it seems like Amena is the mid player, and he's just kind of giving it, isn't he? He's fooling cameras, and then playing site with Joffo. Well, they've got to change something. Obviously, they would have had a discussion in the tactical pause about what they'd like to change. Gun rounds, and, well, there's only 2 left. They need more out of this half.
Rounds gone by quite, like, the half's gone by quite fast. It feels like these rounds are just kind of over. Like,
well, Monte doesn't default, do they? They just go towards the site immediately.
They're not really, like, they're not messing around. They're just going, yep, let's go A this round. Okay, let's go B this round. And when they've gone B, they've actually just done the exact same stuff. They throw the left side smoke and just duel the people on plat and have one coming through a smoke in connector. But right now, I don't want to say it, but this potentially looks like a default.
Can't be. That's not allowed.
No.
What are you doing?
That's a bold play.
Maybe they know something we don't. You could also guess, you could anticipate that this was the round for aggression, maybe. nothing else is working for Zero Tenacity, so
True.
maybe Hades, head of the game, 40 chess, says they're going to get aggressive. Let's play our angles. And that man out of dark feeds the shark. Monte 5 and 4.
I mean, Hades would have actually died there. Krasnell saved him. So, in a way, Simca kind of did have the right idea. It was just the unfortunate execution. And now you can see that they're taking that space and fighting towards this B-bomb site. They're not committing. They're just... This is actually a nice default right now. They haven't even committed towards the B-bomb site. They just kept on taking space that they were being given because of the frags with numbers, and one by one, they're eliminating players on that B-bomb site. And then now they realize, okay, they're going to push towards A. That's where Steeper's holding on the lurk, and then Brute Monster will fight his way out, but for how long? As we go into the final round, the half now, Brute Monster, they want to take that AWP out of his hands and make it so that they will have pretty much nothing going into this final round.
Just suffocating, wasn't it, from Monte? Pigs him getting aggressive, and then from there, very clinical counter-strike, taking their time. One player makes a move, waits for his teammates. Those two in towards dark are really low, so they let the main players go first. That was flawless. And this adds a lot of doubt to this series for Zero Tenacity. I have not enjoyed what I've seen from them so far on Anubis, I've got to be honest. It's a little bit out of sorts, a little bit out of class for the Monte team right now.
Yeah, like, even this round, and look, they've got a man advantage within like a second, and it's Zero Tenacity going for another attempt at aggression. And here, Monte, look, they're not even like, look, it's not a default, but they are just playing. They're holding the angles, and they're letting Zero Tenacity make those mistakes. They are making the mistakes, and I think my prediction is becoming a little bit sour now. Monte, they're very close to a 9th round. AVN is being left on an island right now. Brute Monster, who I was hyping up, has 3 frags. Yes, he's cleared the A bomb site, but he's very far away, and also he's very far. He's very far away from the B-bomb site, and also isn't committing because AVN's not convinced they're even going here. After freezing, they will now accelerate, but still not pushing onto the site, and this is giving Brute Monster an opportunity, Alan.
Still going heck of a play. First collected, but Demka is too much. 9 at the half for Monte. Very close now to winning their opponent's map pick.
On Zero Tenacity's 90th map of Anubis played this year, it's not looking too great. They are 3-9 down on their map pick versus Monte. We had a lot of question marks around Monte about how they're going to perform with this new roster, new IGL, and it seems like they're kicking it off in quite a tremendous way.
This would be a huge map win. Great confidence builder too. And on the reverse, the Balkan team, Zero Tenacity, time to summon an absolute behemoth amount of games of experience. They know how to play Anubis, and now they need to play some of their absolute best. Simka opens this half off with a bang. 2 scalps gone. Brute Monster chimes in too. This is a good start. I like to see it.
This is a lot better. Like, Simka has literally doubled his kills on that entry. And I think when I took a look at the scoreboard for Zero Tenacity, I didn't even quite realize. I was like, oh yeah, so Nemena is at the top with 16, and then it was 8, and it just was 4-4-2. So it's not a formation, but I think like Zero Tenacity, they just simply, apart from Mana, were not fighting back, and a lot of the rounds that were won was because Chofo got a triple kill. He got 1 kill outside of that round, or Namana going deep. And I think their difficulties just started from the pistol round on the first half. So now that they've claimed this second pistol round, can they at least find any development upwards against the Polish core?
That's the question. Gotta get it done on the gun rounds, but at least to give themselves some runway. I expect Monte will probably save here and think about rifles to follow. And indeed they will. Just the USPs. A Soul Flashbanger. Mr. Diha. They're heading the right direction. If this is a good flash, they have some frags.
Okay, that's a bit more like it.
I spoke too soon.
So, Simka was on 2 kills at the half. He's now on 9. That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, he didn't even see any of them as well.
Yeah, it's
first
just...
man, and then
they all just
had a
died.
very white screen and came out of the days very happy.
Yeah, like, you're like, oh, happy days. Something as well that I kind of, I think we've been hyping up Zero Tenacity's Anubis more on just the basis of how much they've played and how much they've won. Monte were definitely one of the pioneers of this map when it first came out. Like, they took to it like a duck in water. And I think it was one of their maps they used to break into the tier 1 space when they did it, like the major and stuff. So, sure, it's not really the same team, but you've still got fragments of it.
You do. In-game leader change though. Certainly, you're right. Demka and Krasnow should be able to loft over a lot of their experience. I hope they're retaining a lot of the playstyle too. Very proactive on the defense, but yeah, you're right. Monte at times last year were, sorry, kind of the year before, it's the end of that year, end of 22. Sorry, end of 23.
End of 23, yeah.
Sorry. They were one of the best. They might be the best Anubis team in the world a couple of times that year.
Yeah.
They were that. Certainly around Paris, they were taking it first all the time. With Bro as well, very, very accomplished team. So, yeah, there's reasons to believe that Monte are going to be no pushovers here in the defense.
For sure, and they do have that little buffer, and now they've also got the man advantage plus the stack and the read towards this B-bomb site. Sure, they might not have much utility, and that might actually be an issue, because look, they've been pushed very far back. Both Krasnow and Diha, because of the death of Hades, have to fall away, but because of that kill in middle on the Manha, Stiko has taken all of this ground and is now on a very quick flank, bringing the advantage back in favor of his squad. He goes searching for more, will fall, but Monte still grasping that man advantage. Brute Monster and Chofo attempt incompletion, now an attempted clutch, and with such little HP, 33 combined, Monte will claim the first round in the second half.
That was so awkward as Stiko started flanking. Those guys on the site had nowhere to play. They did well to even make it, you know, a 2-on-1 there at the end. Stiko done so much work. And there you have it, 10 for Monte. There is some cash in the bank for Zero Tenacity, so they can bring out another full investment. It's going to be a pause for the now Polish majority Ukrainian organization. Quick discussion. I guess this being that their money's pretty bad, so we've got to make the most of these gun rounds. Win this, and it's pretty much game over.
I think what I'm starting to kind of realize is that Zero Tenacity, sure, they have done very well at their level of like kind of tier 2, tier 3. They've only played a handful of top 50 teams. They've never played a top 30 team. So I think there's definitely an element of discussion of like, okay, they've done very well to get here. Is there a point where Zero Tenacity maybe just are unused to playing these sort of opponents?
Potentially. Wow, this is aggressive.
Wow, yeah.
Very aggressive. Stiko, though, doesn't last long. He's in towards mid. His teammates are crunching canals. And that hasn't worked. Zimka collects 2.
Oh, no.
The remaining Monte players have to save. I'm a little bit stunned by how aggressive that was. Wow, they really threw all the kitchen sinks into the canal.
Yeah, the issue there is like Stiko dying. Like Stiko dies and you could see that Krasnov and Diha were like scared of middle because of that. And then so when you had Hades and Demka pushing towards a main, they just got mowed down by Simka, who wasn't being fought from the other side of canals because of Stiko dying. So that whole plan for me is kind of like issue stays with the fact that Stiko died in middle. But overall, Zero Tenacity, a great reaction. You lose one player, Nemanha hits 20 frags and collects a 3-piece. He must have some crazy double-digit multi-frag stats this game.
This wouldn't be remotely close without him, so he's a lot of plaudits, that young man. And Monte, as mentioned, their money wasn't in a brilliant position, so just swallow up another eco. This should be 7-10. So becoming easier on the eyes is the scoreline with every round at the moment. And given the investment from Monte here, certainly didn't expect it to go elsewhere. 2 opening kills found. And yeah, this man is out for vengeance after that first half.
Yeah, another 2+ kills as well in this round. That's just adding to the tally even more. As well, like Simka's been stepping up, right? Like, had a great pistol round, obviously a 4K against the Eco, but like it's that type of confidence that you probably needed. And same with Brute Monster. When they ended the first half on 5 kills combined, they now have 21 kills combined. So you just sometimes need to be getting those ecos right. Like, I don't know if you kind of agree with this. Just like get yourself an ounce of confidence. Be like, okay, I can actually shoot back in this map.
Potentially, I'd look at it more on a team level and say, if you're Zero Tenacity now, you're like, this is a match again. And it was not a match at the end of the first half. They couldn't make anything work. But now, a bit of gusto, some spice in the mix. And they're bringing that pepper. Let's go.
Pick that pepper.
Let's go. Give us some full-on... What was it called? Is it the California Ghost Chili?
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah.
The Reaper. It's called the Reaper. Carolina Reaper.
Carolina Reaper. And
yeah, that's what I need. Get in there, lads.
Gabbo.
Burn
and Monte
some
don't have
mouse.
The milk. Monte do not have milk.
No, they don't. Poland's having a milk crisis. And now they're saving.
And that was a round where... Sorry, I was honestly too focused about making Milk and Carolina Reaper references to actually see exactly what happened. But Diha dies on Plat. They have 2 deep smokes, and that's the round over. And they didn't even default. They pretty much just walked through canals, held a bit of mid control, and then went B. And they're even going to get, like... They're going to try... This is very messy. Team flashes everywhere. But they're going to try and make sure that no one saves. And because of how quickly the save was initiated, they've hunted everybody but Demka down. Was there... Yeah, that's massive, actually. They've won the round and not allowed for 4 players to save.
This is becoming no laughing matter for Monte. This game was under wraps. 9-3 first half. They won a fairly early gun round here too. But no bueno since then. Another eco surely to follow. The best they can muster here is smattering of pistol armor, perhaps. Ooh.
This has turned very, very sour very quickly.
Yeah.
9-3. So what the Valorant people call is it's their version of Zonic's Law. Is that now what it's like for us?
I don't like this. I don't like anything. I don't like discussion about it. They can beat Carolina Reeds like that.
Ooh.
That would hurt.
That would. Yeah,
Is it that one that's... Is it that or the ghost... Which is this is the chili that's it's so hot that you just have to like dab it. Do you know what I'm on about? You literally... You don't cut it open. You just dab it from the outside. That's what I need.
Spice. Okay, no, I'm not gonna look at spice guides, but yeah, I know there's one where it's like a crisp and you eat it, and like you have to eat it with gloves on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can. I think some of those really hot chilies you can use them in cooking. As I'm saying, you don't cut it up. You rub it, the outside of it, on the food.
Oh god, that is ridiculous. I know Big do a versions of hot ones, and they did it with Mantu and Crimbo, and it's genuinely like a very entertaining episode. They did one with their Impact team, and like the one with Crimbo and Mantu was actually quite hilarious. But yeah, I'm not a one for spice, and seemingly neither are Monte. But this is actually a decent setup. They've once again got 3 players towards B, but this time they've actually got them on the bomb site. They're going to be ahead of the smokes that have been put down. Demka's on a very nice boost. He's going to avoid the flashbang. He's going to die from connector. That's an issue. Simka just got 3 kills in a blink of the eye. Sure, 2 of them were boosted, but that was a very quick sequence from him.
That could have gone south really fast. Must have been a good flash to get the players out of the dark, because I'm a little bit stunned that Demka was... He was almost first contact with the player.
I think
below
he was the first to die, yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a player around Pillar, and I guess the flash was just made it so awkward. He had to like tuck in, and yeah, so it's almost certainly the util from Zero Tenacity. They're also banking up such an economic reserve that Monte, to even reach overtime now, are going to have to win full gun rounds. There's not going to be ecos for ages. Probably to win the map, it will equally have to be full gun rounds to see it out. This is quickly becoming Zero Tenacity's map to lose. And I didn't plan on saying that 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, most certainly not. And this has been a very one-sided second half. Like, obviously Anubis used to be like the T-sided map, and I even said it from the start, like, it's not going to be that forever, and it wasn't. But I think with maybe CS2, it's given a little bit more oomph to that T-side, like, majority. And right now, it seems like there's been 4 CT side rounds won in this whole game, and we're going into round 20. It's been a very one-sided affair, and Monte have looked very flat here in the second half. Now Zero Tenacity, but it changed from pace from the man here as well. This push towards middle, it's completely pushed Stico off, and within, what, 20 seconds, they have a lot of space around the map.
Yes, sir. Monte need to make a decision. They're totally bisected. A-side players can't help the B-side, and vice versa at the moment. And Mena, he's going to make a play, isn't he? He's in the camera smoke. His teammates, they were way off. They're thinking about a B split. If he can pull any players over, earning his keep. And then some. Stico gone. Just Demka on this side of the map. Look at those rotations starting to move. He flanks in towards Temple. Is felled. And they're still free in defense here from B. This is strong foresight from Monte. They have the players in the right place, but it's not going to matter with headshots like those. Monte makes it very awkward for D-Hub, as Maze has found some space to play with. Even so, doesn't last long. Bomb now being planted. Wide plant. Hades continues to do work, but even so, 2 AWPs on the retake. I don't see this.
I think it has to be a save. I think Demka, he should not go for this. Like, they don't have money. He has no kit. The bomb is about to be halfway ticked. There's also really good post plants from Zero Tenacity, and yeah, he's gonna be running away. I don't even know if there's a kit down, but I got a little bit scared there for a second because look, as soon as the Manha died, they realized, oh, that's actually the mid pressure. There's no one else there, and they gambled B correctly. Fantastic. Krasnal gets absolutely destroyed. That's the Chofo we saw in the first gun round that got a 3k, finally coming into his element. Not only is opening up on the Krasnal, but also obliterates Hades when it looks scary. Like, that 2 versus 2 could have been dangerous, and like, Hades, if Chofo probably hadn't got that snappy headshot, Hades probably would have got that kill, right? And it would have been a 1 versus 2 potentially. So Zero Tenacity, double digits, evening up the scoreline, and doing so by just exploding onto a B bomb site with 3 players like it's nothing.
Last time out. This game has fallen well by the wayside. 7-1 is the T side right now for Zero Tenacity. Their money is amazing. Entries galore. Nemena is a man possessed. He will not be denied. And Monte decide to half buy. Not quite a full investment. They can be dangerous. But at some point, man, we just need rounds. Economic damage is becoming less and less important as we go along here because the economic buffer is enormous for this T side. We need a play from Hades. We need some magic from Demka or Krasnal. I need a hero. And not the song.
Yeah, I almost broke in the song there, but didn't Demka have like 16 kills at the half? It's kind of something around that mark. Like, he hasn't been doing very well on the City side after being the player who started and ended the first half with victory for Monte. That pistol round in the second half of Zero Tenacity has proved so much, and no matter, right, this isn't against a full buy, but it's against a dangerous round. He has crept through middle and is in their spawn, and once again, there's 3 players on B. Nemena, no trigger discipline though. Okay, that's interesting. He doesn't go for any trigger discipline. You can see they were venturing towards B. To push B main and just goes for the kill, and because of that, maybe have cost Zero Tenacity the round.
Not over yet. Jeopardy now introduced. Dihar tagged heavily. Hades needs to find frags, and he does. Brew Monster is gone. Stiko's here to help out. And DR a hand. Molotov is ever so annoying, but Hades continues doing work. And they're going to hold on. The flank was golden. The round in the palms of Zero Tenacity. But they didn't bide their time. That's a lifeline for Monte.
That's ridiculous. And sure, there's definitely a part of that is, as ironic as it is, you're blaming the Manha. Like, you know, he could have got 2 or 3 kills there. The other part is, what is Zero Tenacity actually doing as a team? Like, you've got a player in CT spawn. Why aren't you just grouping B? Why aren't you just all outside B main at that very moment? Like, he shifted all the way through middle, all the way through CT. That's like 20, 30 seconds you have to react, and they do not. I said that could be a dangerous round for Monte, and I was like, look, you know, Nemana, he's done a good play, but they probably would have won it anyways. He does the good play, and they lose. There was SMGs, 5-7s, and Hades doesn't even initiate himself till the very end. The AWP wasn't even that important. It was the pistols.
Team play makes all the difference. They weren't on the same page. And you're right. If they were 4B with Nemana's flank, I don't care how many players Monte have on that bomb site. They're losing. Would have been way too many directions of pressure. Way too many avenues to deal with. But Monte, by hook or by crook, are still in this game. Demka cannot connect. Secondary AWP in his hands. Mid, in the meanwhile, has been scooped. The Mana's home turf on both sides. This one is North to contend with. Hades connects. Big man on campus is down. Big opportunity for Monte.
Double AWP, singing left, right, center. AVN gives them a lifeline, but it's far too late. Yeah, it kind of feels like, look, as soon as the mana dies, as soon as their talisman does fall, everything else around equally falls. AVN trapped in, boxed in. There's nowhere for him to go. There's blood in the water, and Monte, they finally have found it. They finally have woken up. Hades, speaking of waking up, almost missed that shot on the mana. He got caught sleeping a little bit. I don't know if you noticed that, but there was definitely there was a little bit of delay on that shot, and it did scare me a little bit. But he connected it, connects another, and Demka as well. There's 3 kills of AWPs that round. Monte, they seemingly have cracked the code. And Zero Tenacity, they've come back all this way for nothing, it seems. Overtime still on the cards. They've still got very good money because of how many rounds they won in succession. They need to get 2 in a row now.
It's been a rocky road. A very rocky road. Very bumpy. But Monte's here. 2 chances. 2 opportunities to get this done. Double AWP. Not on the cards this time. 4 rifles back in tow. And all eyes on Zero Tenacity. Been a lot of mid pressure. The Mana's been taking space near on every round. But this time, he goes elsewhere. Not in for mid this time.
He goes and joins up with the pack, and we've seen Zero Tenacity make this work, where they have just gone towards B and they have just succeeded. Big name, Diha, good damage, but an awful flashbang from Brute Monster. It hits their teammates, and Diha goes massive. Arcadia player to watch gets a 3K in the final round, and Monte close out their opponent's map pick 13-10. It gets very close, a 9-3 half to a 10-10 tight scoreline, but 3 rounds in a row at the end, and the new team on their debut succeed.
It was beautiful. I mean, obviously at the start of that second half, it was hard for Monte to get a lot of traction, but the first half was brilliant. It was simple CS, coordinated, on the same page. A few mistakes, but honestly, as a team, they looked good to me. I thought Hades was calling perfectly well, and obviously towards the end, some good CT rounds too. That is changed the face of the series, hasn't it? I mean, we came into this saying hugely experienced map for Zero Tenacity. There's definitely an argument they're favourites, given the lack of experience here for Monte as a lineup. But now, tall order, isn't it? If you're going to lose Anubis, you're in a tough position as Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and look, like, I've watched a lot of Zero Tenacity, and Vertigo is not a map that I've even, like, I saw Vertigo and I was like, damn, I don't think I've ever seen them win on Vertigo. They have played this map a lot, and they have lost a lot. So now we come into an element where it's Monte's map pick. We can't even really look at their past results because a lot has changed. It's still the same core, but fundamentally are very, very different. And I think the fact they've won that first map basically, to me, just indicates that the second map is going to go in the same way, especially considering that, sure, Simka, AVN, and Brute Monster and Choffer did kind of pick up the pieces a little bit towards the end. It was still a very, very, like, it was a one-man show. There was just no 2 ways about it.
Let's talk about Arcadia player to watch quickly. That was, of course, Diha. Coming into this series, we highlight him more so because we're just intrigued. We're intrigued to see what sort of CS he's presenting. Certainly on the CD side of this map, he was playing a position he didn't like on Ents. I think he was playing the dark position in towards E-Box, some would call it. He didn't like that spot on Ents. So I'm a little bit surprised to see him there. But perfectly serviceable in this game. Played his roles. Maybe other players taking the spotlight. But Diha, this is the route back, isn't it? I mean, I don't think he's ever going to be a superstar, mega flashy player, but we need clean, we need consistency, we need reliability. That's obviously been a bit absent in the last few months for him, and nice to see Diha having a good first map.
Yeah, and like, look, that last round he got a 3K, a 4K. Sure, 3 of the players he did get because they flashed themselves, and it was through a smoke, but it was still a really big round, and it's very important. And look, like, that's he should be playing like that when it comes to these type of opponents. like this for Monte is not the type of team that they'd be hoping to struggle against. So there's, I think, some teething issues in that element because as it was so close. But for me, D-Herd joining this roster, you've got to imagine that he had some say over positions he would have wanted to play. Like, I think Monte would have wanted him more than he would have wanted to join Monte. And I guess him and Hades came as a package deal. So I would 100% imagine that, like, he didn't like his roles and he was very vocal about not liking his roles. I could imagine that he did have some say about where he wanted to play and the comfortability of himself as well.
Certainly hope so. Next up, that's going to be Vertigo. That's the map pick of Monte. Quick break and we'll back. We'll see if the new look Polish majority squad can get this series done in 2. We will see you then. Vertigo up next. It was Anubis. That was Zero Tenacity's pick. Very good run, I guess, back to bring it into contention at the end of that second half, but ultimately left themselves too much to do. We spoke about it off that first map. Zero Tenacity, they're in trouble. They're in a lot of trouble here. We expected them to be very competitive on Anubis, probably win it. They haven't. And Vertigo Freddy is scary territory. This really could be a 2-0 now.
Yeah, I think like the fact that, like it's hard to read into the map pool of Monte because they've added 2 new players, 3 basically with Stico before the player break. You've got new IGL. Like, it's hard to read into maybe the past results of the organization, but I think, like, regardless of any of that, I think they should be winning it on any map. My only issue is that Demka got 2 kills in the second half. He had such a good performance over on Anubis on the first half, and then massively dropped off. Something I was kind of thinking as like a food for thought is that Hades, you know, bringing up the IGL, he's played on teams that are very good at Vertigo. 9, it was their best map. Hence, they liked it. So you've got a player who sure hasn't maybe IGL'd much on this map, but has consistently played on teams who are some of, or if not, the best in the world on this map at occasions.
Work to do for the Balkan squad. And it's a CT start for them here on the lofty heights of Vertigo. Teams, for my money, are still adjusting to those A-site changes, so I will be intrigued to see if anything new has arisen over that summer break. B-bomb site is going to be the port of call, and AVN rings off the klaxon. Demka's gone, cavalry being called over, they're sprinting from A. Joffo finds another, and now this becomes very difficult, surely, for Monte to continue assailing the site. They've lost their mid flank too, and Dihar here, surely not long for this world. The bomb has not been planted. Many players in the face, and a much needed pistol round for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I think we saw over on the first map kind of how important those pistol rounds were. It gave both team on the respective side they won the pistol round a big oomph, and it put them in that upward trajectory. So for Zero Tenacity, this is notoriously a map that they're really, really bad at. It's probably their worst map, and maybe, you know, in that month of the player break they did fix it up, and alongside that, this pistol round is really important. By denying the bomb as well, it just gives them a good kickstart here on the second map.
Have you seen anything particularly wrong? Their Vertigos in the past team are not as well versed. Where do you think they lack on this map?
I'm not gonna lie, like, I was kind of thinking about, like, when have I ever watched a Vertigo or Zero Tenacity, and I was like, I genuinely can't remember a single time that I've watched them, because they firstly avoid it at all costs and only play it when it gets picked into them. But, like, you know, they're losing to people like Verdun. Like, UK, you know, they're using to, like, UK teams who are playing in, like, advanced. And, like, it's kind of that level, I think, that capacity.
Well, everyone has to lose the UK in the end, that's what I'm saying. Continue our reign of terror. Almost now, Snoo, you're back in 18. Interesting months to follow. Right, here and now. Guns out for Monte. Of course, talk a lot about Zero Tenacity not having the best tenure on Vertigo. At least they have tenure, unlike Monte. But it's kind of the same on every map, isn't it? They'll be learning as they go along. Demka surely... Well, it's not so close, but Molly will hold the CT player at bay. Jostling for control, and for now, ramp secured for Monte.
Yeah, they've taken it quite easily. There hasn't been masses of contention, and Zero Tenacity, AVN, if he gets aggressive middle here, if he kills Stico, That's massive. But no, instead he's actually just going to go towards A. They're really fortifying this part of the up in Crass now. Boosting up, trying to spot players rotating in, but instead he's going to get spotted by Nemana on the bomb site. 25 seconds. Monte, they have to commit here. They have to go for this. The city side have no utility left. They have to stand and fight. It's going to be an absolute duel, and it starts off with MP9 jumping down towards mini ramp. Monte currently evening it up to a 2 versus 2. Bomb flustering, has to be planted, caught out in the open, and sure, Demka does trade his teammate, but the bomb, as I mentioned, out in the middle of nowhere, and Zero Tenacity just win by default.
That was a mess. Oh, there was a missed smoke from Monte. Then they go for the boost. Of course, as soon as the boost is spotted, that's all the confirmation Zero Tenacity ever need. I mean, what was it, about 30 seconds left? The boost was spotted.
25, even worse.
Yeah, I mean, there's not time to run back to be at that point. They had 4 on A, Zero Tenacity, and it's kind of surprised Monte traded as much as they did, to be honest, but it's no round win. We need a few more gun rounds before we're really saying tide to turn and Zero Tenacity a favour to win this map, but yeah, they're painting all the right pictures at the moment.
Well, that's also a brute monster AWP opening kill. Like, sure, it's not against massive weaponry, but can you remember a brute monster opening kill on map 1? I couldn't. What in God's name did Hades just do to Stimka? Did you just see that?
That's not allowed.
What? That... Okay, and this round is no way is it winnable. Stiko's picked up the AWP. They've cracked through on the B bomb site. Stiko has doubled down with the AWP, and Hades' heroics might have just aided them to get onto this bomb site. Brute Monster got the opener on A, and that seemed like a year ago now because he's all by himself up against 2, jumping down. Finally silences Stiko. The pistol comes out. The 5-7 nails Krastal, and somehow Zero Tenacity have kept hold of that round. What in God's name has just occurred?
Brutality out from the monster himself. That was Monte's route into this game. That was going to be a full reset. I can't believe he's won that 1v2. That's Monte's every day of the week. You got to play a default or play a quad. Swing off each other's contact. It shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be possible to win that.
What?
Brute Monster makes it work.
It's that second shot, man.
This series is on. This is on.
That second 5-7 shot. Did he even shoot more than one bullet? I think he literally just whipped it out in one tap.
Yeah.
That round started off because Hades just jumped on the wood and just headshot Simka, who was on double. Like, that was why. That's how the round started off with the AWP. Stiko then picks up against a double. Like, I don't think I've ever seen Stiko get an AWP kill. But he gets 2 and they still lose the rounds. That was a half buy, I remember, as well. Like, Monte did not invest into that, so they have their full buy now. Brute Monster threw a smoke. I hope he had vision there, because that seemed outrageous. And Monte, battling for ramp, is unsuccessful before they can even get started here in round 5.
This is a whitewash. Bomb's not nearby. Dihar is on solo mission to prize openly A bomb site. Finds one, but he is swiftly traded. Oh my. 5-0. Players alive. 2 for Zero Tenacity. No plant for Monte. They need to burn some pauses because this is slipping quickly.
There you go. Look, 5-0 isn't the end of the world. Like, it, you know, you can very much bring this back, and Zero Tenacity portrayed that when on Anubis it was a 3-9 and they made it 10-10. So you can always come back, but there does come a stage when, look, like Brute Monsters 1 versus 2, sure it was a round you never should have won, but that's type of 1 versus 2 that is fairly soul crushing. And then to lose the next round when you have the rifles in that manner, that's not going to do well for your mental. And this is where we're going to be seeing Hades get tested a lot as this new IGL to see if he can dig deep and call his team out of this rut.
This is a very different prospect to what they had to do on Anubis. It's Monte that needs to adapt. And who knows how deep that playbook goes. I think we'll learn as we go along. Depka, determined to bring this round into the realm. It's first kill for him. Mena is dancing with the devil. Very aggressive. I'm a little bit stunned he went chasing when he knew the AK was in play. And another reprisal. This is looking awkward. Last time it was a 1-on-2 to save Zero Tenacity against a lesser Pi. They don't want to go down to that position yet again. Monster finds one bomb yet to be planted as Hades removes a scalp, spots the arm, makes it free. Better late than never. Monte on the board.
Well, I said Hades had to step up as an IGL. You know what? If he just kills everybody, that also works. Like, that is completely fine. And I think being in a meta where your AWPer also has to be an ample rifler, Hades has just portrayed that perfectly right there. A 3-piece in a very clinched round. You finally get yourself on the board, and you also do it in a bit of an unconventional way. Like, look, that was a low buy, and it comes down to Simka struggling on this B bomb site. He's got one frag, and a few of the rounds have been dangerous, and the now round they've lost has been because of Simka. But my god, look at this aggression already in T-Spawn, and it's forcing Monte to...
No!
What was that from Krasnal? Sorry! He's completely cut me off. What a sensational spray transfer. All of a sudden, never mind, this round's up.
Flank is on though. All kind of spots. That is enormous. Hades on a dime. Pivot. Simka gone. Do they know about the second man? Demka. Flank on flank action here. Comes through to clear. Must win duel, and he does. This is carnage. This is crazy. Monte, though, appear to have weathered the storm. Only one man left to get past, and they're fighting him one at a time. Oh my lord. Free found, 1-on-3 for the monster. What are you doing, Monte? What are you doing?
What's going on? Krasnal has just hit the most sensational speed transfer I think I've seen in a while. He completely cut me off. What I was trying to say is, oh, it's forcing them towards a bomb site. That's exactly what happened. Zero Tenacity had numbers towards B. Monte got forced into their hand because of the aggression towards T-Spawn. And it was supposed to be a clean win there, right there for Zero Tenacity. They had a flank coming in and everything. But instead, Krasnal hits this, like, dirty spray transfer from the player close wood to then default with 1 HP remaining, and then they put it into a 3 versus 1 because of nice methodical gameplay where they allow for Demka to come in behind and Hades hits a nice headshot, and then they lose to Brute Monster. This time a clutch on the B bomb site, but not a 1 versus 2, a 1 versus 3.
Monte need composure. They need to stay calm. They've decided to force, and that's because they know the money here for Zero Tenacity is a disaster. This whole half has been played without economy for that CT side. There's a route back into this for Monte. They just need to change some consecutive rounds. It's got to start here. Lose this, take another eco, and the game is starting to slip out of control. There's a window, but that window is just a sliver. Cannot be dropping the ball anymore, or will be on map 3.
I like this actually play towards middle. They haven't gone middle yet. Oh, this is maybe why. Because Brute Monster is up close, shotgun AWPing, 2 already fallen, vying for that 3rd, and he will claim him. Deher, the P250, no longer in this round. Sure, the bomb will be planted, but there's no chance they can get anything salvaged from this. Hades up close and personal. If there's ever a time to shine, this would be it, because he's all by himself. Trapped, stuck between a rock and a hard place. What a conversion onto Chofo. 5 bullets left. He has to pick and choose when to shoot, and unfortunately that probably was his downfall. The Gorillas praise for the ammo, but unfortunately the ammo is actually what lets him down there.
Rounds. This is far from pretty for Zero Tenacity, but they'll take it. Bomb plant will ensure another investment. It's the same story. If Monte can just win a round and convert against the Pistols. There's still rounds here on the table, but they're running out of time. They are running out of time. Burning quite a few pauses too already. I think they're saving their final remaining one. How do you stop the Brute Monster? He's an absolute animal at the moment.
This is... Yeah, well, I guess that's one way. Not necessarily Brute Monster, but Namano, who was the fierce contender on map 1. He's already been executed. Demka, as I mentioned, great first... He had a fantastic first half and a shocking second half on Anubis. Right here, he's been getting some very good entries. It's not the first time. And Diha, oh no. Simka just holding his trigger. This is actually... I like him biding his time here a little bit. Because if Diha does actually go up and maybe like clear B, the rest of the team might come over. And he could get a molly frag from this position. But the longer you wait, the more chance for devastation. This is... this is comical. Brute Monster should run away here. They should let Diha walk up B. Okay.
Okay, nobody panic. Nobody panic. Hades, though, does find one on flip side. AVN under pressure. Krasnal decides not to swing. Now does as the smoke is dispersed. Man advantage. That bomb is getting planted. Brute Monster continues his reign of terror. This man cannot be stopped. 15-2. And he is playing with confidence coming into this retake. Eager for duels. 2 smokes on this ED side. Can definitely be putting one on the bomb. Indeed, the AWP will. Simka goes looking and finds lead. Bomb, though, taps.
Hardly.
No way. Not checked, not spammed. Bomb defused. Monte have no answers.
And you can see the frustration from Krasnal there. A bit of a flick of the wrist after, you know, like the dismayal flick. Zero Tenacity, that was a pretty awful round from them, all things considered. Monte, that's the first time they've actually been able to properly get the bomb down on the A bomb site and play a post plant in that fashion. And maybe they probably could have... Simka maybe could have just got the kill and gone A, you know? There's a lot of different things he could have done there. But then Brute Monster saves the day. This time not with heroics of frags, but with just sticking a defuse and a 1 versus 2 and a smoke. That is just... It's angering.
Demka's hungry. He just wants fights. He's had enough. These slow, strung out rounds. I'm not sure I've ever seen a half where a team has played with less economy and is winning 8-1. I mean, Zero Tenacity have never banked any cash whatsoever. If they lose 1 round, they're on a double eco. They'll be forcing out this half. Brute Monster jumps up. Krasnal does. Oh, presence of mind. 2 found. Spams the lower man 2. Both men are on this side of the map, but surely this is too much to ask. Finally, whatever that would have been, the 6th time of asking, Monte convert.
And also a great round from Hades. Like, sure, Krasnal opens up with a double, killing the boost, and that's firstly great awareness from Krasnal, but Hades, he's been having a very good game. He's had a very good series overall. And, you know, you do beg the question of, when you become an IGL, how is your ability to frag out? Is that affected? And so far, no. He basically wins the round for his team. And Monte, as you said, like, that's kind of the first round that I've seen them win. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's actually a nice win. And as you mentioned previously, Zero Tenacity have no money, so as Demka's taking the duels, he's up against 5-7s.
They can't lose this. You can't lose this. Oh my lord. Traded out. That got ugly.
They've still got an advantage.
Joffo swings. It's a man deficit. Demka's low. Diha. Mantle surely on his shoulders to do some work. Simka Doesn't spot, but Diaz lost his teammate. Not like this, Monte. You've done the hard work. This is the second time. The second time that they've fully broken the money. It's been a disastrous buy for the defense. But money doesn't seem to matter for Zero Tenacity. They're making this work. Monte are about to take a colossal death blow here on Vertigo.
Alan. Oh, Alan. What? Zero Tenacity, this was statistically their worst map going out of the player break. And I guess they've practiced pretty goddamn hard on it. And that round, there was literally nothing but pistols. They had no utility as well, really. Like, it was 5-7 Deagles. And Namana did this fantastic play walking behind them. That wasn't even the reason why the round was won. He only got 1 kill, but he throws them into confusion. Deagle shots, 5-7s in the mixture. Zero Tenacity, even though they've had such crippling economy this whole half, they've made it work no matter what they've been able to utilize.
Three's the best they can do. Three is the best they can do. Dihar opens the scorecard. Simka gone. This is a good position for Monte. Rotates are way off as Zero Tenacity are gambling. They are gambling still. Majority A side of the map. Caught in 2 minds now. As the bomb starts to sail up towards B. There's only a couple players here for Monte. They need to be careful. The cavalry isn't on location. Relying on the util to clear out this site. Over it comes. ABN is the player they need to oversee. Second headshot is brutal. Game on. Nothing comes easy for Monte here on Vertigo.
This is a round where Stiko has to perform. His teammates, they've dropped the bombs lost as well. The bombs deep in generators. Finally, AVN has been brought down. Stiko held for. His lurk unsuccessful. Hades and Demka now. The duo up against it all to see if they can give Monte a lifeline going in the second half. And now it's just the new IGL. AWP in hand. Bomb can be retrieved. 21 seconds left on the clock. Never mind. Brute Monster's holding for him, but Brute Monster misses, giving Hades an opportunity. Stick in the defuse. Namana thinks it might have been a tap. And now, Brute Monster playing his life with the pistol. He was supposed to bait for Namana, but the Deagle swings out. And that's double digits going into the T side of Vertigo. Zero Tenacity. What a fantastic half. The question is, can they keep it up?
Script is flipped. This was meant to be Monty's home turf. Experience map, Zero Tenacity's Achilles heel. And it's been anything but. It was a grueling affair to get 10, but it's double digits. And they're going to open up this pistol round 2 with an early frag. Hades backs off. Chased down. As the Wolfpack comes hunting, they decide to bide their time. Fall back. Let this man lurk. And look elsewhere. Another kill for Namana, the hero of map 1. Calls his teammates. Tells him what they... tells his teammates what he sees. And that's a mid-rounding required from the remaining Zero Tenacity players.
It's a must-win pistol round for Monte. And unfortunately, currently, they've gambled away from it. Krasnow has moved himself quite deep in CT, more leaning towards the B bomb site. And now they're going to get the identification that it is towards A. Demka, okay, just lines up to... We've seen what he can do on pistols so far in the series. A 1v3 under his belt already. But this time, I don't think it's going to come down to a clutch. Looking for a 4th Demka unless Simka... Oh, that got a little bit scary for a moment. That was a very nice shot on Demka. But through the smoke, Stiko shuts him down.
Well, they're still in the game. Just about. That's a good start. Demka, of course, was pretty sensational on map 1. A nice highlight there. What could have been a very tricky position. Right. So, grab your scorecards. Tick off the first box in terms of a Monte recovery. Next up, survive the 4-spy. Let's see if they can do that.
No bomb down. The 4-spy is... Oh, sorry, there was a bomb down. What am I on about? Yeah, then that's why they've got Galils in utility. But this has been sometimes the trickiest thing for Monte. And they've lost 4 spies with a lot less weight to it as well, which is maybe even the more scary thing, where they've actually got utility and a rifle on Simka, but Simka's not been having the greatest game. He really struggled on that B bomb site, and he got 2 kills in the half, so... If there's any chance for redemption, this would be it. And it seems like Zero Tenacity, they are fully grouped, ready to go towards ramp. Hades close, looking to deny any of their hopes and dreams. He's been spotted and very quickly dealt with. And because of how fast that was, his teammates aren't really prepared to help him. That is a very quick opener and a double from Simka. I doubted him, but he makes it work so far on the Galil.
Big recovery needed now. Dihar goes looking, and AVM walks the smoke at just the wrong time for the Polish player. Stiko. Surely this is too much to do, and can't assail the first man. 11 for Zero Tenacity, and the hopes and dreams surely of Monte on Vertigo are snapped and thrown out the window.
What a pitiful round as well. Like, why is Hades taking first contact there? It wasn't like he just got to that position. I don't know why he hasn't tucked as hard as possible and allowed for his teammate to take that first contact and him to play off them. And yeah, just like kind of as I said in the moment, like his teammates weren't really ready for him to die like that. But time for the force by Monte. Let's see what these guys can give. 3 players fighting for B ramp. They've gone 1 for 1 for now. Flashbang, a little bit obvious. Simka running out bullets. This could be dangerous. And yeah, no one's holding for him as he reloads. So these 1 for 1s continue. But because of that chaos, Namana has found a lot of space towards A. And he's already up on the site. Krasnow is going to miss him. But Namana is just making his way even further deep in enemy lines.
This could be the death blow.
He hasn't cleared Krasnow.
This is very intriguing.
Wait, they're going A?
Yeah,
but
they think
Krasnow.
A is clear. Okay, to get the one catch. Krasnow might be very unexpected. He swings to kill the planet. Oh my lord! Pivots on a dime. The bomb did get planted in the midst of all of that. But I'm not sure this is winnable. The terrorist player. What an ugly end to the round that was.
What was that shot from Demka?
He's definitely been playing it, at least individually. He is crisp. And then some. I can't believe that's an unwinnable duel. He's just won.
He got given, like, 2 seconds longer than he ever should have, because Nomana does whiff as well. Like, Nomana doesn't kill him on the first time of asking, looks away, kind of clocks back in that he didn't get the kill, and then he died. And then alongside that, we mentioned Krasnow. Sure, he allowed the bomb to go down, but he then is able to kill the bomb planter as soon as it is planted. And yeah, that is a devastating round for Zero Tenacity. But lucky for them, they've still got a 7-round buffer. And look at this from AVN. He's crept behind the smoke. This is a very awkward play right now. AVN doesn't realize Stiko's gone down and vice versa, but Stiko will get the better hand. And Zero Tenacity, the man is advantage. Sure, Demka's low HP, but... Oh, okay. Never mind. No man advantage anymore. Simka's just spammed through the smoke and found Stiko.
Karma is a leap. Krasnow, though, does find a response. That was towards Ivy. The side hall's on A. Good teammates, though, for Zero Tenacity. Oh. They're here on B. Noise cue given. And movement from the CD side. There's a push 2 from Krasnow. He's calling to his teammates saying, there's no way this is A. It's got to be B. D-Hard's up close. Player to his right. This is very awkward. Demka, though, finds Joppo through the smoke. D-Hard's going to make a play. And he's in behind. Sure, he's going to end this round. Finds the first player plant. He does get the bomb down. How the heck did Monte not take a bullet of damage?
He almost killed Demka.
Yeah, interesting. Still, though, it's a round win, and that's what Monte care about at the moment.
And, like, look, it's a round win with 4 alive. And apart from Seiko being killed through a smoke, that was a pretty good round from Monte. It's a long way away, but you definitely don't want to count Monte out, especially because they are the favorites. I know I picked Zero Tenacity to win just because playing more devil's advocate. But look, like when we get to these later stages and Zero Tenacity are already down a map, like this can be the hardest times to close out. But what is more damaging to me is the fact that they were doing it with such little pieces on the C side. Like when they'd have just 5-7s, they'd still win a round. So a little part of me wants to amuse the fact of Monte, but I think it's only a matter of time. Tiho though, this is going to be nice for his confidence, and that's an ace. It's against an eco, but it's great for boosting the stats.
He'll take it. He'll take it. This historically is probably his best position. Playing B on Vertigo, both sides. So yeah, nice to see him getting his teeth back into this game after, well, for everyone. And Monte was pretty tough until recent. Right. Couple important gun rounds to follow, isn't it? Because we're still sat here thinking there's a huge buffer for Zero Tenacity. They just need to win 1 round to guarantee overtime, 2 to win the map. I need a couple good gun rounds before I'm a believer.
For sure. And this is a difficult start for Diho over on B. He's taken a lot of damage to that Molotov. Landed straight on him, but he gives back the damage with a grenade. And in the meantime, over towards the A bomb site, Demka seemingly has taken a duel at range and has eliminated Brute Monster, who was the only player towards that part of the map. Monte, you can see with how they've shifted their forces, pretty much everyone is, well, 3 people are over towards middle and B. They're in a very good position to deal with this. Diha taking up his position he was previously before displaced by that Molotov. AVN waiting to jump up on the other end, but these smokes that are coming in are just impeding Z10 momentarily, not allowing them the space they maybe would have wanted. And everyone's there. All 4 players. If space gets taken towards A right now, Monte are going to have full information. But instead, they're actually backing off on A and moving to B anyways. It's allowing Hades to come to bomb site. Krasnal picks up middle. And Diha, he's going to see this boost. Simka, he's a dead man walking along. Brother, Namanha, and also identifies AVN behind the wood. That's a massive double. And I think surely now the round over, considering everybody is here with only 20 seconds remaining.
Should be impossible. It is another kill, but I'm not sure Zero Tenacity even feeling trying this. Surely this is impossible. 13 seconds. 10 now remaining. Time becoming an ally of this defense. Krasnal's going to finish it. And without a bomb plant, it's got to be an eco to follow. MR12 leads are not as comfortable as they used to be in Go.
Would that, for you, would you classify that as a good gun round? Because for me, Monte, I don't think that was a great round from Monte. I think that was just a very poor round from Zero Tenacity.
Potentially, my counterpoint would be that first half could have easily been 7-5 for Monte. And you really are literally only changing 2 moments, perhaps. So I think it's been an ugly game of Counter-Strike. I think both teams know that. Zero Tenacity are not a super well-versed team on Vertigo. Clearly doesn't suit them anything like as much as an Anubis, perhaps. And Monte, I think you're just seeing that they're a new team because there's holes all over the shop. So I think this map was destined to be a bar fight, and that's what we're getting.
Yeah, and well, speaking of bar fights, look at this. Artillery raining up ramp, but it's actually going to be Monte who succeed with the grenades. Damage going both ways. The pistols, they've made very good ground, but at the demise of 3 individuals. Namana has equally got space in middle and will actually catch off Diha. This time he finishes off his frag.
No.
Oh, it's a 2 versus 2. Okay, finally some normality. But Namana has 1 minute and 20 seconds left to play with. Sure, the bomb couldn't be in any worse of a position, but he's picked up a rifle. And against Stiko and Krasnal, if they give him 1 versus 1s, we've seen what Zero Tenacity can do in the clutches.
Monte truly have no idea where he is. You can see now they're playing together to clear. To look around, Stiko goes wide, instant headshot. Okay. Everybody take a breather. Monte has survived. This is getting interesting now.
This, for me, is the big round, Mr. Hender, because this is the round where I feel like this is the main confidence round. If Monte are able to win this, and with a little bit of vigor as well, I think it really could just... That could be one of the nails in the coffin for Zero Tenacity, because 11's a dangerous scoreline. You're confident, but you haven't quite hit match point, and Simka's been run boosted. You know what? Never mind. Hades already detonated on the B-bomb side, and he has no idea what has hit him.
Okay, the first big test in the defense for Monte. Of course, we saw plenty of heroics from Zero Tenacity in the first half, and Monte need to produce the same. Problem is, Demka's decided, I'm going to get aggressive. He is felled by the AWPer. 3v5. Take a risk, maybe stack a site. This is going to be very hard for Monte to recover, and I don't think they should be thinking about saving. I think round wins is the only thing that matters here. I mean, if you save, it's 12 anyway for Zero Tenacity. Play for the win.
The only world there's a win here is if Krasnal gets a triple. Double not even good enough. That's 1. Bomb down. And that's all he'll get. Yep, round over. I would like to see Stiko and Diha maybe... they don't have to save. If they want to play all-out victory, they can go for this. But I still think then that statement of Krasnal needs at least a double still holds. Good nade, good damage. AVN, Shofo both brought down. Bomb will be planted. And Diha also has taken a whole host of damage. And it's ugly. It's far from nice. But in a 1 versus 3 with 7 HP, I think you got to start thinking that this is over. And Zero Tenacity, they take map point and look like they want to force us to a 3rd.
Whew. Right. Well, by hook or by crook, Zero Tenacity are endearing to win this. 4 chances now. 1 entry. 1 surprise double kill. 1 moment of magic will do it. It's all they need. Hades, though. This time, there's no run boost to fell him. He gets the opener. Man advantage, Monte.
Man advantage Monte, and you've got a brute monster who has got, I think, 3 kills in this half. So, there's definitely a lot of arrows pointing towards an overtime. And this is definitely a good start for it. We've played this position before for Monte. We've seen Hades tucked here. This time it's Krasnau. Last time, it did not work whatsoever. But this time, Krasnau doesn't take first contact as his teammate, Krasnau, goes 1 for 1. That's an upgrade from the previous occasion. And also, nobody else has fallen around him. Still, man advantage maintained for Monte. It looks like Zero Tenacity are wanting to creep their way up a ramp. They've got no one else anywhere. No map control apart from here. Demka opted to take the fight to them. Misses his spray. Stiko in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of utility raining down on him. Finally does get one. Drops the bomb in the process. There's no way he gets out of that. Unfortunately, Zero Tenacity forced to dissect themselves. And it's Brute Monster left alive in a 1 versus 2. He's done it before, but he will not do it again. Diha playing around the smoke. It's tricky. And Monte stay alive.
Zero Tenacity should pause, because this buy is right on the brink. 3 players can get AKs. They're going to go in for it. Right, they drop down an AK to ensure better utility. Interesting. Right. Util favoured. I really fear the Monte are going to lose this. Watch back the demo and say there were 4 or 5 chances in that first half to give us a buffer to pull this off. I almost believe that Monte are playing better Counter-Strike despite losing this map.
Yeah. Ooh.
This man's warmed up.
Yeah, Dio was really in the depths of despair for a while, wasn't he? Like, he was really quite negative. And I guess that eco ace maybe helped. It gets you going. And this is feeling winnable now for Monte, but there's a long way left. So we're going to have to go to overtime if that's going to be the case. But I think, yeah, you are right. Like, this could have been a Monte win already if it wasn't for them losing against those 2 force buys on the first half. And if they'd actually just played against an eco, maybe they would have been able to string some rounds together. But Zero Tenacity seemingly not very good when they're in a man disadvantage, and now put even further down. D-Hurt, you're coming into the belly of the monster, and he's going to spit you right back out.
Woohoo!
That was crispy.
Yeah, I wonder if you kind of pre-fired that a bit as well. Looks a bit spicy. Right, I'm going to say the dangerous word. I'm going to say overtime. There is 1 gun round in this. Next one has to be an eco. Could be a pretty good half buy, but not a full buy for Zero Tenacity. Round 24, should Monte convert, will be the last gun round. The sole gun round that Zero Tenacity can muster before this goes past regulation.
Well, the foundations have most certainly been laid. Monte have been given a taste of victory. Maybe it's something similar to map 1. Zero Tenacity equally had that taste and it got very rudely snatched away from them. Will they be able to secure the victory, Monte, or is this comeback all for nothing? Similar to what Zero Tenacity had on Anubis. They've... Ooh. Zero Tenacity are going for a buy.
It's a half buy. Remember, Nemena saved.
Oh, Nemena saved. Yeah, sorry. That really threw me off. My bad. But yeah, a half buy with a lot of weight to it. They've got full max loss bonus, so that's, you know, they're utilizing it to their fullest. And the Deagle is not even really a part of that. I was more looking at the Galil, but the Deagle rings off for 1, and the AWP is felled by the hand cannon.
Right. Let's pay attention. Krasnal responds. Gets one. Still another player here. That's man of the hour, Simka, who opened up this round. He's taken down heavily. Mid is the prong that can do damage. Stiko creeps out, takes a dink for his trouble, but that was a Galil, not an AK. He lives to tell the tale. Krasnal up next. The man is so dangerous. Can't fall out though. Dihar is a monster. He has been a terror on the defense. B-bomb site is this man's home. Players up now. Now we see him. Another 3K. 11 for Monte. Oh, we have gone the distance. If Zero Tenacity have a pause, it's time to use it.
Oh, man, Dihar. He had nothing to lose, and that's the most dangerous creation of any society, is someone who's doing badly and has nothing to lose. He steps into his own, and that B bomb site has been under lock and key. He has been getting multi-frag after multi-frag and saving them on multiple occasions. Something you cannot say the same for Simka. Even though Zero Tenacity had a great CT side, their B site was under constant threats, and Dihar seems to have really found the answer here. But is it all enough? They've come within a whisker of overtime. Can they get the opening kill? Yes, this time Hades doesn't fall to the Deagle or an AK. Gets the opener. And look at this offensive. Monte are still fighting for ramp. They will lose Kras now, but he does go down with at least one.
Need to be careful. Can't be overeager. Take your advantage. Fall back. Bide your time. Demka walks into the crosshair. Lackadaisical. And that man is gone. Hades' sole defender on this side of the map. He needs some help. Stiko's nearby. And this duel here could be all important. This first Hades comes. Monster connects. Bomb planted. Deficit now for Monte. Big retake required. Stiko find the first. Smoke fades. First found. Smoke. Out towards the bomb. Is it wide enough? I hope so. As Dihar gets near it. Dihar doesn't have the kit. Dihar doesn't have the kit. Smoke is dispersed. Stiko, last man remaining, does have a kit, but needs to find this remaining player. Headshot not found. There it is. But does he have time?
I don't know. Oh,
I think so he does. It's awfully close. And we're going to overtime.
Milliseconds between it. Stiko misses that first attempt on sandbags, and I thought it was all done. Jumps up, hits the instant headshot, runs towards that bomb as fast as his legs can carry him. Monte, they've done it. They've forced it to overtime. I feel like that breaks Zero Tenacity now. Zero Tenacity, a 10-2 half, and now it's dead even across the board.
Reminder for anybody who didn't see the first half of regulation. Zero Tenacity won some wild rounds. They never had money. They were on the brink the whole time of getting full reset. They won 2 rounds on force fires after getting reset. This is a big reset button now. They're going to do this the hard way, and Dihar is coming to feast. Flashbang from Stiko is ruinous. Monte are a team possessed at the moment.
When your backs are against the wall, that's sometimes when you fight the hardest. God, Zero Tenacity. They maybe thought they just had it all done. They thought they'd packaged it, put a nice bow on it. 10-2 half, you're like, oh, I'm chilling. Get to 11, what, 4, I think it was, potentially. 2 rounds away from winning. Fortunately, you only get one of them. And now Monte... The fact as well, they've come into this they've come into this overtime and won this first round with such confidence and with such conviction, I think as well proves so much. Like, you've not only just made it to overtime, but you've also really stamped your name on this map. Oh, okay, that was a nice shot. No,
surely
stop
not.
it.
Gotta find Kras now, though. This bomb one will be very difficult. Bit of a tick!
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Ooh, okay, everybody take a breather.
It's just the fact that Kras now ran into the Molotov that got me. I was like, that's the info right there. And I think Brute Monster, firstly, wasn't anticipating the spring like that, but also slightly elevated himself on the default box by accident when he scoped in, and it kind of shook up his aim. Regardless, he didn't even get a shot off anyways, but okay. It was a 1 versus 4 that never really came close, but you could see the world. You could see it in the stars.
Right. Okay. Round lead for Monte. That in and of itself is quite a surprise. Extra util dropped. Why not? It's overtime.
Better safe than sorry.
In the first round, got cash galore. More teams that should be learning. I like it next time, D-Hut. Why not? On this occasion, Stiko takes his spawn straight in mid, had Hades to help. They are so much more aggressive than they were at the start of regulation in that second half.
Yeah, that's also a really just nice play. No matter though, I was going to highlight him because of his... He was literally the main man on map 1, and he has not been here whatsoever. It was a one-man show, and that man was called Namana on Anubis. He's currently 15 and 20. He went on a solo mission by himself. Sure, he first bullet headshots Krasnau, but the trade couldn't be any quicker. And Monte will love it. They get that aggressive start, and they kind of sit back on their morals a little bit. As I say, that Stiko does just give up his life in middle, and it gives Zero Tenacity an idea to go towards B. Oh.
This is falling apart. It's falling apart. Nade almost does the job. Pistol to finish it. Hades is on location. That bomb has not yet been planted. Demka has a HE grenade too to throw on default. That is damaging. No kill. Hades goes wide. Looking for the planter. Collected. But the bomb did go down. Demka, nades in hand. Broom Monster decides to get up close and personal. And rings of the first half there as Brute Monster saves them.
I think there's more chance to be struck by lightning than win 3 clutches in pretty much identical positions from Brute Monster. All on the B bomb site. Pretty much all of them very, very similar. That's a really easy 1 versus 2. I don't really understand where Demka was. Like, Hades creates so much space, and he dies, and we go to where Demka is, and he's, like, just got past generators? Like, why was he so far behind and, you know, messing around with his grenades? He didn't seem quite ready for any interaction there. Monte, that should have been a 14th. That was a 4 versus 3. They let 2 kills slip in middle due to AVN. And now... could be a stopper to Monte's momentum. The first time they were in the lead for this whole game. And Stiko, who started off in the last, will continue here in the 3rd round of overtime. Joffo finally does trade out one of his teammates, but it's a disadvantage for It's a disadvantage for Zero Tenacity.
Still in a deficit. But they have whittled down the B numbers. Demka, though, is the danger man, isn't he? Big flank. That's why Stiko's given ground. Really well played from Stiko. Doesn't want to get pinched. Demka now gets activated. Surely he'll be unexpected, and yes, he is. So it'll be 14 for Monte. They did slip up a little bit in the previous, but I tell you what, man, 25 minutes ago, they would have absolutely taken this scoreline, wouldn't they?
Reclaiming the lead. Again, like, they have never had the lead apart from this overtime. And that's a really nice round. Stiko and Krasnau are playing really well together in middle. They're just consistently winning out those trades after they get that opening kill. And then you said, yeah, Demka with the flank. It was just 1 by 1. Monte were always in the lead. And good communication, no fluster. Good comms there. Monte, they take the lead going onto their T side. But this was where they did struggle.
That's a way to open up. Second half of the overtime. Demka. A little bit of trouble here. Throwing a lot of resources here towards fighting ramp. but it's not working. Trades heavily in the favor of Monte. DR in the meanwhile taking some space and spots Simka coming through the smoke. This will be 15 for Monte, surely at this point. Xavier, I guess there's no reason to save. But a 1-on-4 in this game. That's not going to happen.
Diho was our player to watch. He's currently averaging around 100 ADR. There's a big duality as well between him and Simka, right? Like, Diho had a phenomenal CT side over on B. I think he came into the half, like the second half, with something like 5 kills. It was around that mark. And he's now sitting 26 and 21. Simka on the other end, he left the CT half with 3 kills. He built himself up on the T side, and there falters. They come head to head. But that wasn't even the reason for the victory. The victory came because of Hades plucking them apart on ramp. 2 chances to close out Vertigo, close out the series, and put yourself 1-0 here in ESL Challenger League Season 48 in Group D. But Brute Monster, he has something to say about it.
It was a bold start in this round from Monte. Their bluff is checked. Now need to play from Molesta. DR takes damage too. And the nade's going to finish the job. Pair of frags for the CT AWPer. Some magic is required, not going to come. Looks like Zero Tenacity might have done enough already to stave off the first series points from their adversaries. And now they just need to sit back, man, and play together. I don't like the jump spot. Why take any risks?
Why take any risks?
This is way too much.
If Hades hadn't been dinked in his altercation against Amana, I'd be like, it's 100% winnable. That 12 HP does lead me to believe this is very difficult. It's going to come down to Stiko getting this kill very cleanly on Simka. A nice off angle here on B. And Stiko, he seemingly was kind of aware of it, but there's so many positions to clear. And now it is that aforementioned 12 HP AWPer left by himself. We'll find a consolidation kill on Joffo. But is actually going to just save the AWP. Yeah, there's no real time anyways, so why not, I guess.
Okay, well, even in victory there, Zero Tenacity maybe showing their true colors, because they would do a bit more discipline. What's happening here? Okay. That's a real difference. Yeah. Right, let's focus. This is old school. This is Go style. First to 16 wins. Second chance for the Polish Chord. Ukrainian organization. Tactical timeout, of course. Get an extra timeout per bout of overtime. Why not use it? Quick discussion. Get on the same page. And don't die to the Brute Monster.
Yeah, this is my 3rd overtime today. Let's make it a 4th, I guess. You know what? All the rounds, all the maps. Come on, let's go. Let's go to Dust 2. It's ironic that we had a 9-3 half and a 10-2 half on both of the first halves on Anubis and Vertigo, and we've come to a position on both maps where it's become very close, and especially on this map, couldn't be any closer. But the opening kills, it honestly seems like right now, whoever gets the opening kill tends to win out the round, and those opening kills really do come quite fast in the round. Zero Tenacity, last round I was with Brute Monster with the AWP. Right now, he's the only defender towards the A bomb site.
It's a bold call.
It's the wrong call as well right now.
Big question here is, how do they react? If you get a sniff that an AD fault is coming out from Monte and Monte's claiming ramp control with numbers, they need to make a move. A little bit of noise given over, but not much. Looks like on B, Zero Tenacity went for a little bit of a clear from up top of the platform, and that seems to be enough for them. They're going to leave Simka aggressively, bringing off angle in mid. And the numbers are speeding towards A. 4 in defense. They're in the right place.
I like this. I like this a lot from the Mana. Not swinging by himself this time. Boosted up, but not on the conventional one. Unfortunately, the Molotov's going to force him away. Utility's kind of scared for Zero Tenacity. They don't have lows to work with, and the Mana has been brought quite low because of that spam. Who will take the first blood? 35 seconds. It's a bloodbath on this A-bomb site. Everybody is here. Chopo swings out. He claims a double. I think we're going to a second overtime. Monte, they had 2 chances and they squander it. Stiko, 25 seconds left, all by himself. Bomb down. He picks it up, but no mana there. The backstab. The nail in the coffin. Zero Tenacity finally have unsheathed their dagger, and they send us once more into the battlefield.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Monte, their T side is a bit rough and ready at the moment. I think we've established that. Over regulation, now in overtime. Still though, in a game where they were down and out, come the half switch. 30 or so minutes ago. Still a much better position. Here we go then. Overtime 2 to follow. Time to reach right into the depths, the outer realms of your playbook, and check out the CT defense. Exactly the same opener as the previous gun round.
Big damage. Diha caught in a very uncomfortable position, but Krasnell, his Polish brother, is there to mitigate the damage. That's a nice 1-for-1. That could have got a little bit scary. A little bit toasty, like Diha. But a player who's been really storming up the kill feed now has to watch from a spectator position as Monte group up towards the A-bomb site. Currently, Brute Monster's all by himself, but Namana, in quick rotation, is going to come and help him. There's no one else really nearby. Simka's very far away. AVN's even further. If this is a fast play, Monte will have only 2 players to deal with. Now 1.
I'll find an angle. Knows what the plan is though. Oh, somewhat of a connection, but not a frag. He's a monster. Trade though is good.
Get the flank.
Okay, that would also pull attention, won't it? Simka. Doesn't find the kill. Hades. So much work to do. But the retake is good. AVN free for him. Zero Tenacity. Reclaim the lead.
Plucked out of the air. Hades should have made it winnable for Monte. Hades getting that flank should have been it. He puts it into a 2 versus 1. They knew where AVN was. AVN's job was to disrupt, allow for his teammate to come through. And he does so much more than that. He wins it out for Zero Tenacity. 16 to 15. It looked very troubling, but all of a sudden they reclaim the driver's seat.
What have you got for us, Monte? Left in the tanks. Demka's gone. DR's gone. Wow. This round's a non-starter. 0 points of damage taken at this moment for Zero Tenacity. 1 by 4, but this round is impossible. It's going to be 17. It's looking like Dust 2 at the moment.
Yeah, this ain't looking too good now. This is really just flipped. I think we're going to Dust 2. Brute Monster's kind of regains his status. I think he had a bit of a quiet interim. And now he's 33 and 19. Alongside that, like, look, AVN, Chofo, they've really... Obviously, AVN with the clutch. That's, like, I think the 4th big clutch for Zero Tenacity. 3 of them came at the hands of Brute Monster on that B bomb site. 2 1v2s and a 1v3. And then AVN with that 1 versus 2 on A. Monte, so many minute details could have ended this game hours ago. Bit of an exaggeration, but still, point still stands. Monte, they probably could have closed out way sooner. And now, the man advantage imploding onto this B-bomb site. And it's just going to be blown up as they try walk in. Simka, a lovely opener. Diha is going to try do some damage, but this is a flawless as this side is looking like.
How on earth to get onto this bomb site? It's got to be impossible. Trying to buy himself some space, but there's so many lines of sight to cross. That's a good kill. That's a good kill, but still there's a lot more work to do. Stico, well timed. Peeks after seeing the trajectory. Headshots galore. Bit of a recovery then. That really should have been 18 to 15, but at least Monte get one on the board. It was 2-1s in the first half of, sorry, the first bout of overtime. So I guess we're with par at the moment. Kind of what we expected.
A third, did you say? No, this
Why
is... Why not? This is my second double overtime. That was a... that's given Monte really something to work with. Obviously, both teams struggled immensely when they were on their T side. This is when Monte just have to go flawless. They have no other option. They want to end it right now, right here. That last round as well, kind of disagreeing my theory of whoever gets the opener just tends to win the round. As Zero Tenacity, they had everything going for them. They had the opening kills. Had 2 of them, in fact. Had the B-bomb site, and that wasn't enough. And Diha, back in his domain on that B-bomb site, as we were just talking about it. I can't wait to see what he's going to do. But for now, you've got 2 players aggressive in the middle. We saw this exact same thing from Monte. Chofo, a little bit aware this could be the case. Stico might just walk into his crosshair, but it'll be the other way around. Stico ducks and dives and pre-fires him, sending him to the spirit realm.
It's a big kill. It's a big kill. Win this round, Monte. And maybe it's back to game on. Important frags, though. Zero Tenacity. Numbers here towards A. Stifled a little bit by all of this utility, but plenty of numbers. Flashbang is good to keep Hades at bay. Though he's gone. He's being pumped in. Yamane is lucky to be alive, actually, isn't he? With that bomb planted. I think the pendulum swings. T favoured now. Balls in their court.
Play from the mana, but unfortunately suffocated. Brute Monster, he's done it before. First time it would be on the A-bomb site. Hits the first, Tech 9 out, brings Diha even lower than before. Diha is now on 5 HP, but Stico finally ends him off. 17-17, back to even digits. It's a 10-second defuse. Diha hates buying kits in overtime, it appears. You called him out for it before.
Yeah,
he does it again.
He's
Yeah, but Zero Tenacity, they make that round a lot closer than I actually ever would have imagined it to be. And it's because of Hades backtracking and holding for that push. Well, checking middle and then holding the smoke.
It's just one of those games where neither team can win at the moment. They're both conspiring to lose when it really matters. That should have been Zero Tenacity's man advantage. Scaling A. They would have wanted to get more out of that. Right, well, we're going the distance. Be a minimum of 36 rounds here. What happens? Diha can't recreate his heroics. 5 minutes ago. A little bit longer, 10 minutes ago on the defense. Stico, though, is warming up. Oh, that was a crisp shot. Even Stevens, 4 on 4. Whoever takes this gets a map point.
think they know Hades' default, and yeah, they do. He gets caught off guard, tries to go for that repick, but Simka has his number. We were talking about how someone like Stiko had been really warming up into this game. He's starting to really impress me. Now he's on a very long flank. Krasnow's first on the scene. He's going to be joined by Demka coming from Heaven or CT. The mana, 2 HP, boosted above the smoke. Spam him through the smoke this time. Stiko, he can't even initiate himself. He's already dead before he can even get started. And Demka, sure, the grenade offers him 1. There's 3 more to go. And Zero Tenacity. Now, surely this is 18. They should have already got there. They've been robbed of it once before. No way they get robbed again. And it will not be the case. Simka finds a brace in potentially the penultimate round of Vertigo, unless we go to a third.
This could be the moment. They fought so hard. So hard as Zero Tenacity. Their players got better since regulation. No doubt about it.
For sure.
Mr. Brute Monster.
I actually completely forgot he just got a 1v2 Ninja Defuse as well. Like that, I just remembered that. He's actually got 4 clutches in this.
Yeah, he's a hero. Say, Monte, if they lose this map, will have a very painful demo review of the first half of regulation.
And a vendetta against Brute Monster.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This, in some ways, should have been their map already. But not to be. Got to win this round just to stave off defeat. When does Krasnow show? Not yet.
Okay. That's a bad step in the right direction for Zero Tenacity. Also, they've just been naded for like 100 damage over on ramp. On B ramp, that is. And look at this. Because Hades eliminated the AWP deep, Krasnow's pushed forward the mana. I've been talking down on him, saying he's not the man he was over on Anubis, but that is a shot that potentially could force us to Dust 2.
Marry me, honestly.
That was the bomb.
Holy cow. What is happening? That could be a series-defining frag. That should have been Krasnow every day of the week, dropping the bomb. There was no teammates nearby for Zero Tenacity. Could have been ever so awkward, but now an opportunity. Demka swings wide. He gets caught. 1 for Stiko. As this split starts to come in, Stiko goes through the smoke. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. There's no time, is there? Oh, we're going again. Number 3 to come.
But, like, what's the manhood doing? There was 15 seconds left, and he was still exactly where he was when he got that kill against Krasnow. Oh, Krasnow, he is praying to the Lord. He is so happy they have won that round. Because if they'd lost it, it would have been all his fault. They get the opening kill, so I guess my theory still is correct. This game is defined by opening frags currently. A third overtime. Monte, one more chance to end it off. Or not even one more chance. Another chance, potentially, out of how many to end it off in 2?
This is a great game of Counter-Strike. This was the right series to choose.
D her.
Big trade. Players low. This is becoming such a brawl. And I'm intrigued to see how this develops.
This is the definition of a bloodbath. We've kind of commented on it before. Three players group up in middle. Oh, I really like that Molotov, actually, that they've thrown that you normally utilize when you're taking gap. The issue is, Monte have full information that there's no one there. Stiko, though, playing so aggressed out in middle, out in the open. He falls, and remember, there's 3 players towards A. If Zero Tenacity speed up over towards that B bomb side, round is potentially over. But because they freeze, That could be their downfall. They've already dealt with Diha. There's no one else there. And now, look, Monte, they don't really know what's going on because they're like, why is the bomb not being planted? But finally, it shall go down. Krasnow's very far away. It's going to be a retake coming in from CT.
He's still ready. Flashes over. Orb drop down. But this doesn't look possible. T positions are surely too good. Hades finds one. But that was too much to ask. Krasnow surely doesn't feel this retake on the AWP. Gets out of dodge. He'll be 19 for 0 Tenacity. Stiko's position in mid was so committed. He was the sole player on that B side of the map. He falls. And then the dominoes cascade. Reclaiming the lead are the Balkan squad. This game conspires to go on.
I can sympathize with Stiko a little bit with that aggressive position because I don't think they ever actually had control of B. And when you've got 3 players on A like that, you just have to commit to either B or middle. And unfortunately, when Monte have 3A there, it's like, why aren't they taking the space? Why are they committing at 30 seconds to leave Stiko in that position where he's so scared of B and middle? That's kind of my question.
It's going to be a B round. You can tell that from the mini-map. He's going to get up first. He's boosted. Util over. Here we go. Rounding the corner. DR is still behind quad, but he's losing his teammates. There he goes. It's been a whitewash. Bulldozed is this B-bomb site. No resistance. With 2 T rounds, this really could be enough, man. That could already be enough.
I think so as well. And such a dominant T round as well. Like what? There was 2-3 players on that B bomb site and they get suffocated. Utility smokes everywhere and Zero Tenacity play well within that chaos. I think 2 rounds on the T side is more than enough. And Monte probably have that in the back of their heads as well. They're like, the CT side is where we have to go flawless if we want to be taking this. And Zero Tenacity, they've played that round perfectly. Now, can they potentially put the icing on top and add a third? It's a very quick play through middle, through the Molotov, attempting to go to B with the masses, but Hades is there in middle to stop 1 of 2. Can the 3 players in B make any traction now, or will they maybe try reposition? No, they are throwing everything they have at this, and it is not going well. Maybe for Monte, 1's enough. I personally do not think so. Oh.
Well, I guess the round was already over.
Cheerio.
But... oh my. A bit of comic relief here towards the end.
If you can't kill me, I will. I won't let you get the kill.
One way to look at it. Well, bit of a bizarre last round, but as we've mentioned already, we favour Zero Tenacity now. Every other half has been 2 CD rounds here in overtimes. So, real questions now to be asked, aren't they, of Monte on the offense. This first gun round is going to set the pace. Lose this, 2 chances on the defense with Zero Tenacity. Obviously, both going to be full buys given overtime. That would be a very favourable position.
Christ. Still going on the map to go, Mr. Hendo.
Never say never. Monte could still win this.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, and you know that is an opening kill. Like, that's a big frag from Demka. Even though on the T side they sure weren't playing very well, Demka has been pretty good at getting quite consistent entries on ramp, and that's something you kind of got to give him, and he might even get another one if AVN walks into his crosshair. Molotov's going to go too deep, but Demka takes the fight anyways, and that's his downfall. Meanwhile, though, the Diha Simca battle, the battle of the B anchors, reigns in favor of the pole. They've got a lot of space to work with, and a brute monster sizzling alive.
This round is all Diha. What a hero.
I respect this so
what
much.
What a hero.
Oh, no.
Okay, okay. Dihar's low. Stiko's on the mid lurk. Bomb is down. What have we got? 2 smokes, so potentially could buy some space. And Dihar, clairvoyance there through the smoke. What a round from that young man. It's been a bizarre kind of map from Dihar, isn't it? First half of regulation, couldn't get any traction. That was on the T side. Then CT side, he was brilliant. Start of overtime, struggling again, and now he's back to being superlative. He's had a roller coaster of a map.
It's kind of the same with Brute Monster. Like, I feel like I haven't seen him do anything, like, crazy in the last couple rounds. But he really came back into it in the first overtime. But yeah, Dihar is... You really can't take it away from him. Like, he won that round. Without him, there would have been nothing going without it. And he basically gets the 4K. He puts AVN down to 5 HP. He sets him up. He sets Stiko up for an absolute sitter that he can't miss. Hades taking a lot of damage very early on here. Luckily, still alive. Only 45 HP. That nade and spam didn't do as much as I thought it did. 20 to 20. But remember, Monte on the T side, they've never got more than 1 round in the 2 overtimes they've played so far. Now in the 3rd, they've already matched it. They need to go further. 21 secures a 4th overtime. 22 wins out it right.
Very slow round. And that has not been a marquee trait of this series. Starting to scale now on Monte. Dihar pokes B. In the meantime, bomb called over. This is an A fake. This is not a committal. The bomb is elsewhere. Demka and Stiko just trying to pull attention. 1 kill from Demka. But there's still 2 in defense here. Simka swings from quad. He's lost his teammate. But check out the HP bars here on Monte. Surely this isn't possible. 7 seconds. Now with that bomb dropped. There you have it. Another map point now gifted over to the Balkan squad.
Oh, maybe the fake, wasn't it? Maybe this overthinking was the wrong play. Monte, they do well for Demka to actually get the opener. Maybe if they committed towards A, they could have succeeded. But yeah, there was like really, I think there was good utility coming in from the reinforcements. And Simka just surviving on the back of quad. He gets 1 kill and survives. That's all he needs to do. And Hades, even though he drops a good Molotov, the AWP was the worst weapon to have in that position because he couldn't exactly just swing and take the fight while Simka was in the fire. 1 final round potentially here on Vertigo. A map point for Zero Tenacity, or potentially we go to a 4th overtime if Monte can win out a 2nd T round for the first time in 3 overtimes.
They're the same number of T rounds they got in regulation, right? In yeah, 10-2 in regulation.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So they need the same number in only 3 opportunities. Absolutely nuts, wouldn't it? Alright. First kill is going to matter greatly. Demka is tagged ever so low. Is there a HE grenade here nearby? Don't think so.
Don't need one.
No, finishes the job. That's Dio actually that goes down. Demka's still alive. This could be it. An awesome opportunity now for Zero Tenacity to finish this game off and send us to Dust 2. Stiko trying to do something.
Oh, I like this a lot. I like it a lot, but AVN is more the wiser. Demka, 5 HP. He was the player that got tagged down at the very beginning, and he's now the final player to fall. Zero Tenacity, 22 to 20. They take us to Dust 2. They're most certainly the underdogs in this series, and they will not roll over. Brute Monster with 4 fantastic clutches. AVN also got another one. 5 clutches And now they narrowly make it through. A 10-2 half, and it goes to a triple overtime. They get it done eventually. And the favorites on their debut, Monte, are they really about to lose this series potentially?
Who knows? I mean, who knows what's going to happen from here? That was that was one heck of a game. Practically 2 maps worth of rounds. What a delight that was to watch. I don't think either team is in their best form right now on Vertigo, but that kind of made for a very entertaining game. A lot of up and down rounds. And let's talk quickly about our Kadia player to watch, because Dihart, even in defeat here, played so many big rounds, was a stalwart, especially in the defense on B. I'm not sure he could have done a lot more. I think as a team, they lost too many rounds in that first half, didn't they? Dihart was not a problem.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you can take it and look at the stats, and you're like, oh, he had a really bad first half on that T side, but it's like, so did everybody. It's like, you can't really single him out. And then when they were finding success, he was a massive part of that. So maybe a lot of question marks over what Dihar's performance is going to be like after underperforming for the first half of the year. And sure, it's against a lower level of opposition than he maybe used to, but he has succeeded, and you can see that the skill is still there, playing a very, very hard position of B anchor on the city side.
Map 3, how are you feeling? Any world where you can predict this, or is this
Wow,
just one of those series?
We've just seen a triple overtime with some of the most disgusting rounds and clutches, and you're asking for my prediction. Honestly, I mean, like, the old Monte were quite good on Dust 2, weren't they? And they'd actually beaten Zero Tenacity in the time they did face off against each other in the old great CCTs. Dust 2 was actually a decider, and sure, this is without the 2 new Polish players. It was still with Warren Hadji, but if this is seen as an improvement and an upgrade, then we will be seeing Monte, I guess, win Dust 2.
There you go. Stage is set. Dust 2 to follow in this marathon series. Quick break for us, and then we'll see it, the decider. Dust 2, that's to follow. See you then.
Well, a part of me thinks that we just throw all sense and ounce of reason out the window. No statistics. We're going to a third map. It's been a crazy game of Counter-Strike. I think anything could happen here.
Yeah, that's for sure. All bets are off. Anything anybody expected in this series. I mean, we said map 1, Anubis, you know, most played map by a long shot for Zero Tenacity, possibly the most played map by any team ever. It's just ridiculous levels of playing Anubis. And that first half, they looked woeful. Vertigo, first half was a disaster for Monte. Probably cost them the series. Well, they would have closed out the series if they had a better first half there. So, yeah, everything we expected is out the window. Dust 2, I guess, has always been more of a middle ground map. But I will say, with the punchy playstyles of both teams, we should be in for a very entertaining game of Counter-Strike here. Dust 2 suits this pacey Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and I'm taking a little bit of the influence from that Anubis game. It was a very T-sided map. I think at one stage we were going into round 20 and like 4 CT rounds had been won. Dust 2 is notoriously, I'd say, a little bit more T-sided. And I think in this meta, it kind of does suit that. I don't know if something you'd agree with, Alan. But that's kind of my personal my personal taste of the map. And I think like if history repeats itself and like if we're seeing the T-sided maps be quite T-sided, contrary to what happened on Vertigo with the lack of T-side capabilities, I think Dust 2 we could see like again like a 9-3 half back and forth type affair.
It would be interesting. I think teams are still learning how to play it again. From what I've seen, everybody is still getting back up to speed, and I do think particularly obviously breaking the smoke mechanics, it does change a bit of Dust 2. I mean, it's not like you can just cross long super easily anymore. So I think there are some differences. I don't think it's nearly as T-sided as it was way back in the day. Certainly, you know, we had that update towards the end of its tenure and go where they changed the mid-sight lines. That did change it quite a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly still a T-sided map, but there's opportunities here for the CD side in a way that there hasn't always been in its various iterations.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest change is just the fact that you, as a T side, if you're going up long, you can just use one smoke and you cover the whole of CT as it was. I think like that gives so much more space to having one extra smoke and gives you a lot more freedom and also security. But then at the same time, you bring in what you were saying about the grenade mechanics and it makes it a little bit scary as well. But I'm honestly on the fence of like I like Dust 2. I'm glad it's back, and I think this is going to be a very a raucous map 3, as one might say.
I think I've enjoyed it more than I expected. I fundamentally think it's quite a flawed map, but as said, some of the changes that CS2 has brought has added some new dimensions. I still think teams are learning, and the quality of play is improving. They're on. Here we go then, decider of the series. Here right at the start of this season of Challenger League, season 48. Monte, frankly, want to win this tournament. They want that Pro League spot, and this is the first rung, the first step up those stairs, isn't it? Win this series.
It's a bloody long way, isn't it, as well, though? That's the thing. And this is the first game in a, 6-7 group team group. As we go on this third map, it seems like Monte are doing pretty well on this pistol round. Choffo is the only player remaining. There was a 4 versus 4 at one stage. They take all the fights on long. The P250s do not sing like they would have wanted to for Zero Tenacity, and the City side win out on the range.
Nobody's peeking. And why would they? He's got to come up to recover the bomb. Even Steeker's not going to move till that man gets himself out of pit. Double peek. At some point, Steeker will swing and end our own misery. As this goes on forever.
Now.
There we go. Right. Okay. Pissed around for Monte and yeah. I think it'd be nice for them just to win some rounds. Remember what it feels like. Play with a bit of a lead. Because that Vertigo was always from a deficit.
Oh god, yeah, that was like the only time, the first time they had the lead was the first round of overtime. Like, that's a very hard thing to do. Like, the backs against the wall and Monte played well, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. Pistol rounds so far in this series have proved to be quite important. It's led to, maybe not, like, instantly, but whichever team wins the pistol round tends to win the half quite drastically. That's been the theme. The question is that going to continue here now on the CT side? When will the AWP come out for Hades? When will we start seeing the pole dance around his opponents? But first, before we get any further, we're going to take a look at this first gun round. 5 AKs on the board for Zero Tenacity. 2 SMGs still in play for Monte. Are we going to see heavy long play, or are we going to see Zero Tenacity maybe direct themselves elsewhere?
Okay, here we go. Full on crunch. Up through the tunnels. Simka gone. AVN in a lot of trouble. There is a response out long. You can't blame them. They've seen 4 in tunnels, but with 2-man advantage, I don't see how you get the bomb down here and into a good scenario. They need some killer headshots.
This is going to be very difficult. You're speaking about killer headshots. That is one of them. It's coming across a lot of HP. Brute Monster gets one for his own. Bomb does get planted, but there's going to be no other success. They know where Brute Monster is. They know he's deep in long. Bomb's not planted for him, and he understands that. He understands that he's going to be running away with that AK, taking it into the next round, potentially utilizing the 20... do they have max loss bonus? Or do they have 29? Well, the loss bonus plus the bomb going down potentially could be repurchasing with that AK, but Monte, a good first gun round.
That's all I can see. Those are the rounds that were opened up by the changer right at the end of Go. And I think they're even more potent, to be honest, in CS2, especially online. So yeah, like to see it. Good stuff from Monte. I mean, playing the range game with some MP9s in the mix and no AWP was always going to be tricky, so I think it makes a lot of sense. And obviously, Zero Tenacity players in tunnels, a little bit blindsided. This round then, bit of a half buy. Okay, let's pay attention. What a headshot. There's nobody on the site proper for Monte. That bomb is going down. This has to be a retake. Wow. Game on.
It's also a retake, Alan, where, look, we've got 2 more smokes. One's been deployed, and they still have those 2. And the retake's only just kind of being initiated now. If they wait for the smoke to fade, they're going to be met with a bit of despair, but that's a big nade. That's going to give them the advantage, and they're going to go through regardless of this smoke. They're all coming through from window. Flashes are plenty, but Namana, he adds 1 more to his tally. Simka is picking up the A1S, and he's doing damage with it. Hunting for Hades, searching for the blood, and he will find it. Zero Tenacity post their first round the board with an AK and Tech 9s.
An important round to boot. B-bomb side dust 2 is infamous for its difficulty to retake, especially if you don't have, players coming in through tunnels as well at the same time. I think it was a bit of a mess of a retake for Monte. They should have dropped more flashes onto one of the further back players and keep chaining them over window. But it was always going to be difficult. Okay. Well, that's going to set the tone for this map. I'm all for it. I'm all for that. Look at Demko. He's so aggressive. And he is punished. That was bold. Very bold.
I've seen a lot of individual, so far with Dust 2, I've seen a lot of individual plays in middle from the C side. I'm really not a fan of it. I like mid-aggression from a C side as a collective. And something like that from Demko, it's bold, and this time, Fortune does not favor him. Short still will be taken up. We've seen Stiko and Hades walk as a duo on Vertigo to claim mid on a number of occasions. This time they're going to be together on shorts. There's one player that's going to be scary, and that's Namana in B tunnels. If he gets the right timing and kills Diha, that's so much information taken away from Monte. But in the meantime, our focus is towards long, but Diha, never mind actually. Oh, he's made noise. He stepped. The man is going to come late, and now these players on long, they're scaling up. Miss sprays from Hades. He has no armor, but he still does survive. Namana strikes, decapitates Diha, putting pressure on short, forcing Stico to turn his attention elsewhere. And now the two players on short finally get brought down by the sharpest fang that is Zero Tenacity.
Okay. That's the money now, bro. Yeah, gonna have to be a full eco. Nothing going in this one for Monte. Zero Tenacity. Turning up the heater, aren't they? Back and forth affair would be... Because as good as the first two maps had been, they were very streaky. Up to overtime, at least in Vertigo. Yeah. Be nice to see more of a back and forth affair within a half. This would be a good half for it. This round, though, will go the way of the Vulcans.
It gets an eco, but it couldn't have been any easier with the fact that there's no one on that B-bomb, so they meander their way in. Joffo, he knows he wants the kills. He's give away the AK. Ooh, only 3, but luckily for him, the man is there to make sure the AK can't be saved. Easily cleaned up, 3-3. Hades will not be able to afford an AWP, and we have seen he's been pretty good for it so far on the CT side, but now he's going to have to do it with the rifle.
Quick discussion. No AWP. Which, it's quite a big loss, actually, on the CD side of Dust 2. It could inspire them to get more aggressive. I think, as you mentioned, we have no issue with aggression. We just want to see it done as a team, don't we?
Yeah.
So that for me would be a great discussion to have in this timeout. They don't necessarily need to get aggressive from the start of the half, but
Don't have to, yeah.
whatever they choose to do, let's do it together. For now, it's very standard. Very standard opener. Playing the sights. Util out for long, and settle now into playing a standard round.
Brute Monster vying for an opening pick towards B in this round. The smoke is going to deny any hope for that. Hades, however, with the A1S, is actually going to catch off Joffo. I think that was just directly through the smoke as well. Just to spam that campus. And Zero Tenacity have lost 2 players completely individualistically. There were 2 on short, but Simca doesn't even attempt to go for that trade. And we were just mentioning about, look, if you're going to do it together. And it's definitely not been the case in this round.
Yeah. I see the logic from Jimena. They know Hades isn't AWPing, which is actually quite a big piece of information. They haven't yet made use of it. Quite the opposite. Falling very foul to this rifle, and Monte seemed to have answered back with quite a loud screech. There we go. 5 alive, money to boot. Can scoop this AWP even better.
Yeah, I love how just as you were making the point, because I think you made a very good point. Hades not having an AWP, like that takes away so much from a CD side on Dust 2. You see, a lot of AWPers having these ridiculous stats because of Dust 2, Ultimate being one of them, the new Liquid pickup. Quite a mediocre player, but he's got a 1.59 rating on Dust 2 or something like that. And definitely boosts his stats quite a lot. And then Hades gets a triple. They basically gift it to him. So yeah, I can actually, exactly what you said. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense from the manner. Play on feels, you know, like we're late into the series. We couldn't be any later. And he's maybe starting to take a little bit more risks than he might have would have potentially. But we did see Nemena on Anubis. Like, the reason why he did so well is because he was taking a lot of individual fights, like especially on both sides really, in towards middle, and on the T side lurking in middle Anubis. Like, that was all individual and it was working.
I think the potential difference is, though, when he's playing T side of Anubis, he's always on his own.
Yeah.
And he's in a position where the CTs give ground. That's just the push and pull of that position on that map.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of space to work with. On that previous, the point I was going to make before kind of the round continued to unveil was that he didn't actually just swing alone. Could have done it with some mate. Yeah, that nade was ruined. And go, boy, you are a lucky boy. Now behind the Molotov. Luck runs out. Hades, though, giving him an absolute reign of terror. Now here's the Orban's life. But he is failed in the end. Bomb still, though, yet to be planted. Is there a Molotov? There's another HE on Dihar. Right on top of the planting player. It's very awkward. Super difficult to play now. Still stuck out. The Vanguard smoke position is the Brute Monster, but he finds another, tucks himself into Gandalf. A setup here as old as time. Short and Gandalf. No damaging util to pull these players out. Brute Monster's taken ever so low, but he's still alive. Stiko needs to get on that bomb. Dihar's got the kit. Stiko's going to play wide. Oh, that was a ripper. Makes it 2. What a clutch from this young man.
I mean, like, that's how you do it. You swing out, you get a little jiggle, one tap, down. Stiko, unfortunately, there's nothing Dihar or him could have done there. And I was about to say, like, oh yeah, you know, the point you made about the orb, exemplified there. Hades holding a very tight angle, gets 2 above the smoke. They are failing to actually really get on the bomb site. They do well to kill Demka, and maybe the fact that Demka doesn't get a single frag as the actual main anchor is the reason why that all goes awry. But overall, it's Chofo once again, Zero Tenacity pulling a magical clutch out of thin air.
This is what I wanted back in fourth half. Now we're looking at Monte saying, your money has gone. It's a decent buy, but it's not perfect. Util is lacking. What are we down to? 1 flashbang, 1 of each. 1 flashbang, 1 smoke, 1 molly, and 1 grenade. Grade's about to be dispersed. Break the smoke, pulls Hades in. What a beautiful little play. I mean, it's obviously ever so simple, but hella effective. I love that.
The man, maybe lucky he walked into that. The only player that he walked into with the Eagles was there, and now Brute Monster with the AWP in hand, looking to have some decisive action. You never mind, he's got the Tech 9. Demka, another ripper at range. Everyone around him's dying though, so he's gonna have to stand by himself. He has to hit something. Unfortunately, his luck does run out there. A 2 versus 2. The bomb is down deep on short. Hades thinks they're just gonna go get it. Namana, oh, he's played an absolute blimer. That's fantastic. He doesn't go and collect the bomb. He knows they're gonna push through. He waits patiently behind and catches them off guard.
These are some critical rounds. A little bit absent, I think it's safe to say, was this Balkan prospect on map number 2, but Namana is back to play. Joffrey is having a map as well, isn't he? Might need some more cavalry. He's half developed, but for now, those 2 are doing damage. This one, Eco. B-stack from Monte. And given the shape of this default from Zero Tenacity, they are very well poised to fully avoid this. They're out long and they've seen no resistance. It's the only reason for them to back off. This feels good. Feels very good now for the Balkan team. They're getting into their stride.
I actually just can't get over how, like, genuinely beautiful that play is from Mana. Like, he reads that round so well. I don't think many players of any caliber would have read that round to, like, that level. And yeah, I was kind of playing with the thought process of, like, if Brute Monster, who was outrageous on map 2, if he'd played as well as, or just like a little bit better on map 1, did quite a bad map, they probably would have won map 1. And then the same goes for Namana, that kind of same theme of, he had a great map 1, pretty rough map 2, and it's like, okay, if he played a little bit better, would it have just been a pretty quick 2-0 if both the stars stepped up in unison and not one after another?
I love the idea that a team like Monte with, you know, obviously more resources, much tenured players, a lineup that's gearing in the long run to be of a different caliber to Zero Tenacity. They can't just arrive and win. There is no... If you're playing a top 100 European team, you can lose if you're not structured, if you don't have all the depth, if you're still learning your way through the ropes. It's a rite of passage, really, isn't it? You can't just make changes and then immediately get back to a good level. Monte, learning the hard way in this series that there's not going to be an easy game here in the Challenger League.
Yeah. I love the phrase that sometimes EU players use of just, they shoot so hard. And I think that's the thing of, like, Zero Tenacity. Like, it's very clear that if you give them an inch, they'll take more than a mile. And, yeah, it is something... It's very beautiful how we're seeing Monte being challenged to this degree. And right now, good nades both back and forth. Demka, we've seen him get aggressed towards short. This time, not alone. Stiko close behind him. Demka edging his way forward. Lucky that no one's holding for him. He sees at the corner of his screen there's a player in door. This is commotion, but luckily Stiko's there. And now Zero Tenacity, this mid to B split doesn't have as much weight to it until ABN, who had 1 kill going into this round, knocks Hades down a peg. It's going to be a rough one, but a 2 versus 4 turn into a 2 versus 3 is plausible, especially because Dihar throwing a Hail Mary out, caution to the wind, can't deny the bomb going down, and Brute Monster, oh, we've seen it before. 4 times on Vertigo to be exactly clutched up, but this time Krasnau denies. This time Krasnau succeeds. Monte go to a 5th.
It felt like destiny for Brute Monster to win another, but not to be on this occasion. This is a brutal Counter-Strike we had in this series. Monte having to fight for it. No doubt about that. Though, it's probably a 7-5 map on average, I'd have thought. Dust 2 at the moment, so Monte can creep their way up to 6, especially given the times. Ooh, okay. Let's not talk about that nade.
Oh.
Not ideal. Avian's playing a lot of space, but not really aware that Demka's out in pit.
What?
The men are somehow still managing to find a kill. Now pit is cleared. That one for artistic beauty, but it's working.
Yeah, this is as far from pretty as you could ever describe. And Simka, I was about to remark that at the start of the round, he was holding B tunnels from like where the football and car is, and it is so late to B that he catches off the aggressor. Stiko the final, the full 7-5. It's the closest half we've had so far in this series. Who will now edge it out after the break?
One half of Dust 2 to go. First map. Not good for Zero Tenacity. Tried to haul themselves back into it, but couldn't recover. Map 2, Monte's pick, fell by the wayside. T-side terror. They couldn't make it work. And here on map 3, with par really, isn't it? Slight advantage for the T-side. For Zero Tenacity. But of course, Pissed Around's going to set the pace. Boost here on the box comes good. Oh my. This could be the first strike towards Zero Tenacity winning this series.
That's a big opener. And they were struggling to actually get the opening kills on the first half. Monte won 7 and still didn't really seem like they had much to talk about. Currently, Zero Tenacity making Monte very uncomfortable. Like, I really just don't know where you take this for Monte. You have got a P250. You have got an arm. You have got a smoke. So, like, what does Deha do with that one smoke? Give a progression, or do they try to hit the jewel somewhere? It seems like Krust now is going for the latter. It's a nice goosh on Chofo. Does confirm, I think, there was 2 players there from his perspective. The time could be an issue. There's only 40 seconds left. They don't have all the time in the world, and now the P250 has been dropped. I said I don't know what Monte can really do in this pistol round, but I feel like this isn't it. Oh, okay, they just opened up the A-bomb site. Bomb can be planted. It's a 2 versus 3. All of a sudden, this is very plausible.
One more kill. Monte's right in this. There it is. Deha. Second for him. Finds another. 3 kills for Deha. Krasnow peeks off the contact.
What?
That shouldn't have been around. That should have been over. That shouldn't have even been a bomb plant. Zero Tenacity drop the ball. That is tremendous. In all respects of the word. Monte. I'm not sure they can believe they just won that pistol round.
2 versus 5. The bomb went down with 8 seconds to go. The first contact in that 2 versus 5 was taken in about 10 seconds. 15 seconds, give or take. And now Monte, they get the opening kill. Hades, that's his 5th opening kill in this map, and he's going to double down. There's one more player skulking around those smokes. Simka, just happy to be alive. He is going to gain some support from AVM. But Monte looking to even up the scoreline, even though Namana tagged Stiko at the very start of the round. I don't feel like that's going to have really any matter to it.
Looks like we're en route to a pretty comfortable clean-up. I don't see anything coming of this round. Especially not now. I think discipline is the word. Zero Tenacity need to learn a little bit better. Too many times in this series. A bit over-eager, especially man advantages, but all too often the individual thinks upon himself, this is my moment to do something. And there's a time and a place. 5v2, isn't it? Yeah. That's kind of... That's what Zero Tenacity can learn from a team like Monte. Monte are going to be much more disciplined. Especially with this lineup. Yeah. A bit of work to do, I think.
Yeah, like, there's like 15 seconds left, and I'm pretty sure they kind of just gave the fights to them, like, quite aggressively on short. Like, you just didn't have to do that. That's Monte now winning both... Well, not now. I mean, like, they have won both the pistol rounds. They do very well against the force buy. They kind of clean it up like it's an eco, with Hades getting that double and Deha opening up with the Mach 10 at range. Like, this is looking like that is the type of thing that crushes you. You're coming into the final straights of a massive lengthy best of 3 with a triple overtime, a close map 1, and Monte change the tides of this game within 10 seconds.
That's Counter-Strike. In some ways, it can be a game. Essentially minimizing errors. You could play a very basic formulaic Counter-Strike. If you've got good fundamentals, you'll win a lot of the time. And obviously, it's kind of the errors that stand out for us, especially here on the broadcast. In some ways, it's just frustrating because,
from our perspective, anyways.
Yeah, when they do so much right. I mean, the Zero Tenacity team has legs to keep going up the rankings, but it's the fundamentals, it's the discipline, it's presumably the communication as well. That's kind of an overarching thing behind this. This is the difference between whatever they are, you know, the 40th best team in the world and the 20th best. You're not going to get away with it. And that is the next part of their journey, is building up that base. They want to go up higher, that's what has to be done.
Yeah, I mean, this is their second best 3 of the day as well. They played one at 10 a.m. UK time, and it was a very dominant tour against Eyeballers, who I mentioned this previously, is also in their group. So you can see there is, like, they are very good at that tier 2, tier 3 level. Now it's how can they play up against this, a team that's not tier 1 yet, but has been built for tier 1. Currently, they've also actually just got the opening kill. Namana didn't have it. Yeah, they just run up mid and got the opener, but Brute Monster, he offers it straight back to a 4 versus 4 now.
Yeah.
Simka, he could and just jumping away would be very good here. A multi-frag, I'm not sure how possible, and he doesn't get anything. 2 dinks, but no kill.
That's unbelievable. D-Hard's anti-flash by accident. It's incredible.
I think he was like dropping a smoke.
Yeah, dropping the bomb or something. I'm not sure what it was, but util or the bomb, irrespective, saved his life. HP though is ever so low. Hades might be just about to get caught, and yes he does. It's the long prong of this take. Dispatched. Kraz now. We're looking at you, brother. Again, it's terribly low. Molly's going to flush him wide.
Oh.
Okay. Opportunities here. That's a shot. Eyes on Kraz now. Plays wide. Molotov. Doesn't make a move. Joffo, though. A match to that. Peaks wide. 8 on the board. We are even yet again.
I am glad that we're seeing a map that isn't just one-dimensional. That is like a 10-2 half either way or whatever. Like it's actually got competition, and that's a round as well that Monte, when they get that frag on Simka, probably could have exploded up short. I think there would have been just Chofo on. Oh no, there would have been one player on the bomb site, but instead, yeah, that was AVN. But instead, AVN's able to catch out one player that's lurking around through middle, and ultimately, it's a very slow burner end that favors Zero Tenacity. Bomb going down though, and good damage and good money in the bank. Monte, they will have a repurchase. Haiti on the Orphan. Still quite a lot to spare, surprising enough. It's actually Zero Tenacity once again in the troubles. I want to mention Zero Tenacity. Monte actually faked a fast B last round, but it didn't really matter because mid got taken so quickly by Zero Tenacity. So I don't know if Monte are potentially gearing up for maybe in a future round, going for that fast B and hoping the smokes they've conditioned with doesn't set off too much of an alarm.
They missed the window smoke on last round as well. So if they did go for a fast one, I hope
they hit it.
That doesn't recur. That could be a problem.
Yeah, a slight one.
Right. Well, getting into their default with Monte. Very passive stance from Zero Tenacity, just playing an age-old setup here. There are cave paintings of setting up like this on the CD side of Dust 2. I've seen this before.
That's a fantastic saying. And this is also the most classic execute you could ever imagine. The 2 progression smokes to try and aid Monte up short, and I think they have to commit. 25 seconds. Everyone's here. And once again, it's a great Molotov towards ramp. Flushes Simca out. This time, the defender is able to at least get one. Brute Monster is at a very slow map, and it might just continue in that manner. Chofo, big frag onto Stiko. Catches off the lurker, making it so that Diha and Hades are fighting together, isolated in this site, trapped in, penned in, catches one in CT, spots the second. They now know where everybody is. Hades hits the long-range shot, gets caught off guard, but it's Diha who comes in clutch with a very clinical 3K.
This is the map we wanted. This is delivering every round. Utter brutality. Monte, though, eking it out now, aren't they? They're on the favoured side. It's 5 rounds at the half, so they've had a pretty good bout so far. Money is not there either for Zero Tenacity, so this really should be 10. Barring a blunder of epic proportions. Stack, though, in the right direction. Couple juicy headshots. We've got a round on our hands. Monster finds one. Make it 2. A third. Flank is through. What's just happened? Monty can't believe it.
Oh my
P250s ring true. And Dust 2 is still on. Absolutely.
Monster. I literally just called him out and said he was having a slow map. Stiko, though, still alive. He wants to make something out of this. He's got 2. Brute Monster's missed the AWP shots. Simca's missing the Deagle shots. Stiko has been allowed to survive, and the AWP cannot capitalize on the low HP quite the same way. Pistol comes out, and Brute Monster, stay on that sidearm. Stay on that P250. No armor. He clutches up 4, and Monty forced to take a tactical pause.
Why waste the money buying an AWP when you can do that? Holy smokes. Monty can't believe it. I mean, we're by that minimal. Even going into the stack shouldn't really make a difference. I mean, maybe they get 2. Best case scenario, 3 kills. You plant the bomb. But that was a disaster. Collapse from Monty. It has drained the finances too. Oh no. Oh no.
I feel like I've cast a curse this from my thoughts. I was literally just thinking, we've seen everything in this series but a Felico win. Like, we've seen literally everything but a Felico win. And then bam, they win a Felico. Also, we go straight into the next round. And is that Hades getting a collateral wall bang as they cross?
Tick off your bingo card. Tick off your bingo card. It's a full house. Only thing left is quintuple overtime, and that would be past my bedtime. I'm afraid to say.
You are an old man. You do need your rest.
I need my 12 hours a night. At this point,
I've got ITB's first game tomorrow. First ever debut game.
There you go. That will be a spectacle, no doubt.
It's gonna be one of the games of Counter-Strike of all time. Just glad they finally found a 5th. Currently, though, Monty have made very good leeway up long. Like, they haven't done anything, and they're pretty much on the bomb site. One smoke. Oh, and it's got a bit of a gap in it. Brute Monster. That's a big gap, actually. I think anyone can see through that. With 45 seconds, yeah, they're going to have to put more utility down. And once again, there's a gap.
Why did they smoke deep?
I'm so confused.
Why have they done
this? They threw a third.
What's happening?
They threw a molo in the smoke as well. There's 3 smokes right now down in CT. Finally, they have safe passage. Hades somehow is able to get the first kill of this round. 20 seconds left. Every single player is here. And now it's all blue in the kill feed. Diha trying to fight back. 11 seconds. Time is so low. And how are they potentially winning it? Chofo, though, nails the coffin. 2 quick kills in succession. And Hades, who was so far away, holding the flank, had full trust in his teammates, watches as everybody dies around him.
Well, that was panicked. If you want to know what their comms sounded like, go to a primary school during the lunch break. Stand outside, listen to the playground and all the screaming. That's what communication for Monte was just like. What the heck was that? What was going on? I mean, there was util everywhere. Why did we for a second smoke super deep? I mean, at least flash into the smoke or something. Wow, that was a mess.
I honestly would love to tell you what just happened, but I think that is beyond even my capabilities. This is a decent round with Simka getting smoked off. Unfortunately, Demka peeks before the smoke. Simka also has just picked up a grenade that was dropped in spawn, so he can disperse and break that smoke at will, which he will do now. Sees it's clear. And Nemana has a little bit of confidence in AVN that they can just hold on to this B-bomb site, and that seems exactly what's going to happen. Simka, he triples down. That's fantastic. He just walks through the smoke, and that's the rifle, or the saved AWP as well. So now it's just the Glocks. Now it's 0 Tenacity going to 11. We were talking about how it's so beautiful in Europe that you can't just build a team and be the best. And we were saying it's because they're being tested. Well, what about if they lose?
And we ask questions. Especially after you win Anubis. Should have been the troublesome map in this series. Right.
Okay. You look at statistically, it's like, how have they won Vertigo and lost Anubis for 0 Tenacity?
I don't. There is no science. That's all I'm going to say. There is no science. There's no science anymore. This is... And this is right. Simulation. What just happened there? Okay.
Oh, they did it together at least. Somewhat. Monte though, 2-man advantage, and this is what I want to see. Some burst through up short, but why are they doing it with only 2 players? What? They had a 2-man advantage, good map control. Now we head into a minute left. There's 2 players in T-spawn. Luckily for them, Diho has lurked out on towards this B-bomb site. He has gained a lot of ground, but AVN,
no.
Oh my indeed. Has he heard them? No, they've started shifting. A Tech 9 and a Scout. He can put an end to all of this, and that's exactly what he does. A 5 versus 3, squandered. Diha spotted. Chopo just surviving. He's going to be walking right into AVN's crosshair, and AVN is not missing a beat. 12 map and series point for 0 Tenacity.
How are they winning these rounds? Why is this happening? What is going on? Monte's out of money.
I'd love to tell you.
Monte's going to lose this series. They're going to lose this series. It should have been a 2-0. First half of Vertigo, they were millimeters from winning 3 or 4 more rounds on that T side. All they had to do was just convert one anti-force spine. They would have done it. Oh, this is a disaster. The buy is off eBay. It's a disaster. It's
shambolic. It's not the type of buy you want to be starting a crusade to fight for overtime. You know what? We haven't had enough Counter-Strike. I think we go to another overtime.
You masochist.
Masochist. Ooh, Monte. This is them going for a fast B. There's no utility. Oh, never mind. I'm holding my horses. 4 players running towards B. You can understand my mistake.
We'll let you off this time. Okay. Well, problem with putting this many players on one side of the map is that you lose all presence, you lose all information. For now, 0 Tenacity, they're not pushing. There's actually nobody in towards mid at all. Ooh, this could get very spicy. Okay, so the B util is out. These mid players are going to lurk soon. Here they go. For the moment, AVN and Man are going to hold on. There it is. Brumont tries to rotate in to help out mid. He is felled. Namana, though, doing work. AVN collects 2. This looks very good. They might have lost 1, but they still have players on the bomb sides. Util is gone. And Joffo here executes. Good reply from Stiko, but much more work required. Simka's going to sit back and bide his time. Play towards long. Call for the teammates. 2 now coming off short, and Stiko has a tremendous amount of work to do. Smoke buys him a sliver of space to play with. But I dare say this will not be unexpected. Zero Tenacity, spam the smoke. Stiko's gone. 1 man to go. Zero Tenacity win the marathon. What a series. 13-9. Oh my lord. They had to play for that one.
Definitely the first big upset we have here in the ESL Challenger League Season 48 Europe, and it comes on the second day of Counter-Strike. Monte get brought down a peg by a team that is qualified from advanced through regulation. A team that has been together as a 4 under Zero Tenacity for over 10 seasons in ESEA, starting in Open. They have definitely made waves here. I said they're a team that could be trouble, and it's exactly why.
Yeah, I mean, ESL couldn't get a better advert for their product than a team playing together for that long through all the rankings, and then beating a team that a little over a year ago was in, you know, the deep stages of a major and had a fantastic end to last year too. Granted, some player changes, but there are some quality players that they brought in. So, yeah, I mean, across the board. Zero Tenacity, they have some work to do. They're a bit rough around the edges, but they've got good players. They play explosive Counter-Strike. They you know, have some good demo reviews. They could learn a lot from these games too. That's obviously a big virtue of playing some of the better teams, as you get to learn more. So all signs point towards that there's still improvement yet to come for this team, and that was a thoroughly enjoyable series to watch from them.
Yeah, I think Zero Tenacity are a team that just simply haven't been tested against a top team. I think they've played like Furia once, and don't know if you can call them a top team. But even though Hades got 7 opening kills, it wasn't enough. And I think we can pull up our Kadia player to watch. It was Diha, and
yeah.
Honestly, like, he had a pretty good map and a pretty good series, but he definitely could have been a difference maker there, considering on Vertigo he was so good, and it wasn't even enough. I feel bad for him a little bit. I
just think as a team, Monte, they look like a team to me that are not quite there yet. And yeah, sure, I mean, Dihar was good. We highlighted him for a reason. Obviously, second map. He played very well, but I just think as a team, it's not about the individuals. This series for Monte, they just have more work to do. They're learning their own map pool, even picking a map like Vertigo. Who knows where that is in their pool overall? It certainly made sense here, but they've got a lot of learning to do. We saw a lot of positive signs, but a few too many gaps. And as we keep saying, there is no easy game here in Europe. There's no easy game here in the Challenger League, and yeah, they need to put in a lot of hard miles, don't they, over the next few weeks, because you can't afford to lose games early, then not have good seeding, maybe even go out earlier in the groups. These guys have some work to do.
Yeah, look, Zero Tenacity, they are grinders, and this is where it pays off. I think, like, speaking, you know, this is all speculation, but I think the player break probably was so important for them to firstly take time off and stop grinding. They have the most played maps on HTV this year, or in the last 3 months, by like 50. They above and beyond everybody else. It was like that was their 70th game of Anubis, and I think the fact they had the player breaks maybe actually take some time and just evaluate how they go forward. And it seemingly has worked really well. Like, these guys are really making waves in Europe at a tier 2 level, and now Monte, who, sure, they're not a tier 1 team yet, but it's a team that have been built to become tier 1, and all players on that roster are tier 1 players. They now have fallen in their debut. That is not the start you would have wanted.
Yes, sir. Either way, that's going to wrap us up for today. More games tomorrow and Thursday. Lots more action to come. So same time, same place, ESL A and B stream. 7 p.m. UK, 8 p.m. Central Europe. We'll catch you tomorrow. Don't miss out on the action. We'll see you then.